There we go. There we go. Jesus. I should have that built into my brain by now. That my microphone's muted when coming in. I was saying hey to all of y'all. Read your names out, all that kind of stuff. And today we're trying something different on the Twitch channel. For those of you who are usually here, usually over the weekdays, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, James, Ted, and I, all do our own thing. James usually is reading comics. Ted is usually playing some video games, and I'm usually reading DCAU tie-in books or adjacent books. Right now, we're going through the. Oh, excuse me. Right now, we're going through the 2018 novelization of Mad Love that takes it and makes it a much more adult story. It's not exactly DCAU, but it's inspired by DCAU, that kind of thing. But this is something we've been wanting to do for a while, and oh geez, am I really quick? Am I choppy?
Yeah, you're choppy.
Ah, shoot. Okay, let me see. Oh, what can I figure out to make it less choppy? I don't know. I have no clue. We've gone 3 weeks with me not being choppy, and we were just like, okay, now we can finally do these. But it's saying that it's choppy. So we'll see. We'll see what we can do, what we can work with.
Oh, it's looking a little bit better.
I got you. Okay. You can if. You can hop in the chat as well if you want to just talk about the logistics of things. But you're more than welcome to come in here and hang out. But it's kind of weird when I'm getting cut off halfway through a sentence. No, so we've been trying to make sure things are good on my end so that we can do these weekend streams where. A lot of the time it's going to be like actually physically placing things on a timeline. I have a blank timeline right here that we're gonna work on filling out. Sometimes it'll just be reading magazine articles or whatever and just hanging out with you guys. But this will be a little bit more loosey-goosey than the other stuff where, I'm fixated on the one specific book. We're going to be hopping back and forth between a lot of things. My Batman Beyond timeline video from a couple years back. Old Batman Beyond websites, maybe find some magazine articles with Batman Beyond information in it. I got a couple of Batman Beyond books here. We're just gonna be hopping all around, hanging out. Not necessarily gonna be just the hour like it usually is. I mean that's gonna depend on the technical difficulties if those persist. But yeah, so that's the plan for now. I don't have background music going right now because I figured the first thing we'll do is probably hop into that old timeline video. But let me really quick catch up with y'all in the chat before doing that. If WB decides to make a new DCAU movie, they should give Mattie a job to keep the timeline straight. Honestly, I don't think they care. And I don't think most of the people who buy DC products care, right? Or else Batman the Adventures Continue would have been dashed to bits because of the Suicide Squad showing up this most recent issue. But it's still doing pretty well from what I can tell. So, if DC doesn't have to spend the money, I doubt they're going to. Too many people related to those projects are aware of Watchtower Database for them to not at least consult their videos. I don't think I don't think that the people like Dini and Bruce Timm are well. No, actually, we've had a slight conversation with Paul Dini. Just a very brief. We were trying to set up an interview and it didn't work, but I doubt that they would consult the videos. I mean, like Eric Carrasco might, maybe if Dan Rebo was pulled on for something, he might, but I don't see any of the traditional writing staff or producers Um, let's see. Is this what it's like to be early? I don't know. I've never been early. I'm always late. More folks saying howdy. You were initially choppy, I guess, but you're pretty all right now. Okay. Let's see. Timeline stuff sounds fun. All right. Sweet. Yeah. So, so for if you haven't read Batman: The Adventures Continue yet, like Danny, the Suicide Squad isn't part of the story, but they're there. Hold on, actually, let me see if I can really quick just show Instagram, because I know we put it on Instagram. But more or less, oh geez, Microsoft Edge not responding. Come on. I'm hoping we don't have too many issues with that. But more or less, they're not part of the story. But they are seen and referenced. Harley's throwing a holiday party, and it's supposed to be more or less for the villains of Gotham. But then we see Captain Boomerang and Deadshot hanging out, and like Clock King a little off to the right side of the panel and everything. And Harley says, "I even invited some friends from work." So it's obvious that it's supposed to be a Suicide Squad reference. But I mean, it's not explicitly stated, so for the sake of continuity, like it's okay to pretend that it's not, but it is. But yeah, this is the panel if it decides to load properly. I need to get a better computer. Let's see. Yeah, so here we go. So right here in the middle, like we've got King Shark, Captain Boomerang, and Deadshot. Deadshot is cheeked up. He looks kind of like what I don't know if Mark showed any of y'all in the Discord, but Deadshot's looking like what Mark was drawing Batman as for Legacies. And she says, I even invited friends from work. So it's implied that, you know, Harley is part of the Suicide Squad, and that's why they're here. I assume maybe King Shark might be part of it as well. Because he's not Gotham-based, is he? And then here's Clock King. So, you know, it's most of everybody from Task Force X, but a year after the new Batman Adventures instead of 5 years after. So, doesn't make much sense, but it is what it is. Let's see. I just read Batman Adventures and it was so good. So I don't understand what happened with Dan Slott's run on Spider-Man. I haven't read Dan Slott's Spider-Man. I think I own some of it, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But yeah, Batman Adventures Volume 2 is just fucking brilliant. We have a video coming up soon about what would have happened had that series continued on for the 40-issue arc that they were planning. That was supposed to come out this week, but James is a bit under the weather. So tomorrow's video is probably going to be more or less just him explaining the situation. I haven't seen whatever he's got cooking up yet, so we'll all be seeing it at the same time. Edge. Oh yeah, Microsoft Edge. Okay, so I have to use Edge because if I try to use Google Chrome, it really tries to fight with the streaming software for some reason. Microsoft Edge doesn't, and it still runs Flash. So if I want to do Flash games or anything, it works out that way. I can't read The Adventures Continue because my mom and dad don't buy me comics. What I get is mostly movies. I wish you guys could read the comics on the channel instead of just a review. I mean, there are some channels that do read comics, but personally, I'm in the camp of feeling as if that's piracy. Like, I know that it can be transformative in a way if you do it as a motion comic, if you like actually voice act it and everything. But in my opinion, it's giving away copyrighted material for free, and so just from a business perspective, we would rather not do that on our channel, because it could get us in trouble and ruin what little money flow we have. So it's out there, but it's just not gonna come from us. I barely ever check Instagram. I should probably start doing that. You don't need to. King Shark looks like how he does in Harley Quinn animation. I was thinking the same thing. That's a comment that's come up a couple times. Maybe it's a Suicide Squad reunion. So the thing is, this would be a year after the new Batman adventures, though, and the Deadshot didn't join the Suicide Squad in the DCAU until Justice League Unlimited, which we know is about 5 years after the new Batman Adventures era because of Supergirl's age, being 16 in Superman the Animated Series and 21 in by the end of Justice League Unlimited. So it doesn't make too much sense. Mentioning Edge on this day, I see clearly. I don't get the reference. But in fairness, Deadshot was around by the early stages of JL, so yeah, might just be a villain's party for the sake of the. Yeah, I mean that's something that I've also proposed to James and Ted. But the other issue with that is that we have the Harley Quinn and Batman, the sequel comic to Batman and Harley Quinn. It's called Harley Quinn and Batman, and the last 2 issues of that comic has Task Force X show up. It's Captain Boomerang, Rick Flag, Amanda Waller, and Killer Croc is on the team by that point. And Harley doesn't know anything about the team, and by the end of it, Waller's just like, it's only a matter of time before you slip up and I get you on my team. And that means that Harley would not have been on the team, for these to be friends from work, all the way back there. So I don't know. There's going to be a lot to kind of try to jumble around to make this comic work. All the continuity issues with BTAC are forgiven due to the inclusion of King Shark. I want to see King Shark and Mr. Wing fight each other. Or be boyfriend and boyfriend, whichever. It doesn't matter much to me. They could be boyfriend and fight each other. I've only seen the first season of the Harley Quinn TV show. It's pretty good. I really enjoyed it. I was working on a timeline for it because we wanted to do a video by the time that season 3 was announced, and then they announced it much sooner than I was anticipating, and so now that's kind of on the back burner. Until we figure out what the season 3 release date is. That way we can be like, all right, here's everything you need to know before season 3 of Harley Quinn starts. I thought they were forgiven with the inclusion of Mr. Wing. Yes, Mr. Wing makes all right. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna start the video. Actually, really quick. So we're gonna start this. This is fresh. I've got another one that I was working on a while ago. When I was trying to do some Superman the Animated Series notes, but it's a big old mess, so I figured let's start fresh since this is the first day of us doing this on stream. So since we're doing Batman Beyond, I need you guys to give me some recommendations. What colors should this be, right? I can make the background color different for the bubbles, and I can also make the text color different. So let's get some suggestions in there. I was thinking maybe a purple background with a yellow text, because of like how the Batman Beyond in front of the moon pose looks. That the purple and yellow might be better suited for whenever we get around to Static Shock. Let's see. Black and red, purple. Purple text. Okay. So what if we do... Can we do black with... Terry's black/red, Max is pink/yellow, Bruce is light gray/black. What if we do... Because it looks like we got some folks in the purple camp. So what if we do maybe black with a purple? Let's see what that looks like. I had to... oh, Jesus. Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and add in the first attachment as well. I had to go through and like try to track down every single Batman Beyond title card, because no one really seems to have those all in one place, and I don't blame them because they're not anything pretty to look at. It's just the Batman Beyond font with the text of the episode title, so you know it's not like let's see, bold. Where do I change the So I had to track all of those down, and that was pretty difficult. And I came like to the point where there were still, after Googling for a couple hours, having to screen cap a couple. Jeez, why is it not? It's not letting me keep clicked on the color. Okay, here we go. So how about a black bubble? Well, purple. Oh, that's purple bubble. Black bubble. That way it'll match the title card as well. And let's do maybe like a lighter purple for the text. And we'll keep them centered so that they look nice. And this will be Rebirth Part 1. All right. Speaking of Mattie, did you see the IGN history of thing on Batman Beyond? Someone tagged us in whenever they put out a trailer for that, but I haven't actually watched the video yet. I didn't realize it was out. But yeah, okay. So let's start with our video. Oh, that's loud. That's loud. That's loud in my ears. I don't know if that was loud for y'all. Let me just double check and make sure that I can turn down the desktop audio on OBS. Is it not going to let me scroll the audio? Jesus Christ, man. Sometimes my computer really just does not like to work with me. Mostly when I'm streaming. Okay, so let's turn that down. And let me turn down the... no, not mute. Let's turn the volume down to about half there. That way... Oh, yeah. This was back when this was back when we first decided I was gonna have like a timeline show on the channel, and we didn't realize that it was going to be part of like an ongoing story. And so this was kind of like following up, just like, hey, last time we did Batman and Harley Quinn, and we kind of had like jokes about that. But that was all. The reason we have a story on this channel essentially is because I wanted to have James animate me as Mr. Freeze's head for this video, and then it just kind of ended up like we had a plot line going through timeline and continuity videos. Wait, are you saying that the desktop sound is off? Oh, it is off.
Immortal.
There we go.
And yet,
it was muted.
A day, an hour, a minute. I haven't thought about the timeline. It obsesses me. Even now. Okay, I'm over-exaggerating by a bit. It hasn't actually been 40 years, but since we're looking into the future, I thought I'd set the mood. One of the things that has confused fans of the DCAU over the years is when exactly Terry McGinnis's splicer-fueled synthoid hunting adventure...
Oh, James is in the chat.
At the time of its
oh,
airing,
I mean, I guess I saw James in the chat. But yeah, James is in the chat.
Alternate timeline More like a what-if kind of situation. But as the years went on, the present-day series began to cross over through episodes like Future Shock, The Once and Future Thing, and even Epilogue.
Is stuff still
which
running
clearly
smooth while I
cements
have the
show's
video
placement
playing?
in the DCAU. So when did Batman Beyond happen? Well, I'm here to settle it once and for all. Kind of. Well, the important parts at least. Today we'll be uncovering just when exactly Rebirth, Epilogue, and Return of the Joker took place, as well as the flashback from that movie. Over the years, the show's start date has been a hot topic for debate, with some sources giving explicit dates, such as 2038 in the official
Not amazingly
Batman
smooth,
Beyond
but
animated series guide, or a little...
Okay, so right there off the bat, we're talking about the 2038 mentioned in the Batman the animated or the Batman Beyond guide, and I do want to as we're going through all of these, I'm trying to the point is to gather the evidence used or whatever, and we'll have it tacked on with all of the timeline graphics and all that. That way, just the whole info dump can be there, and whenever this is made public for other people to look at, they can be like, oh, so that's how these conclusions were reached, going through these, these specific things, and now we're good as gold and understand why things are the way they are. It's kind of an idea that I'm halfway stealing from DCAU resource. Oh, are you leaving, James? Well, if you're leaving, I will see you tomorrow, I guess, whenever you put that video up. But yeah, it's the evidence thing is kind of a thing that I'm stealing from DCAU resource. They have a huge DCAU timeline, all in plain text on their website, and it's for each entry. They just say evidence or source or whatever, and it's just like it's stated in XYZ episode. But the way that they do it isn't incredibly thorough, and there have been times where I'm just like, what are you talking about? And I've like asked them, and they're like, oh, I mean, we got I've got a big old doc of all my notes, and I'll have to look through it, and then never really hear back after that. But it's not that big of a deal. Shoot, where is the I'm just kind of relaying how that usually goes. Where was the 2038 mentioned? Greg says, I've tried to solve your guys' continuity and I gave up. I don't get it whatsoever. The timeline is confusing, and a year before I even found your channel, I figured out the timeline for the DCAU. I got through steps. When you say your guys' continuity, are you talking about like the channel lore continuity? Because I've someone made a Watchtower Database wiki at one point, and oh, there it is. There's the 2038. I found it. But someone made a Watchtower Database wiki at one point, and I got on there and tried to map out the timeline of our continuity and explain what was going on, just because I was bored at the start of the pandemic. How do there it is. Download the page. So I could link that if that's what you're talking about. Let's see. This book is actually really cool. I've got the scans in our drive, but I've got it right here as well. I found it at Goodwill sometime back, and it's the majority of it is like stuff from the comics, which has always been kind of interesting to me. But I was going through a Toon Zone forum post not too long ago, and came across one of the writers for these things was on there, and he was just like, yeah, Warner Bros didn't really give us much of anything to work with, so we had to kind of go just through the comics and go off of that stuff to make the book. Okay, so let me see. So it was it remains cutting edge in the year 2038. From so I'll put and that's a when did this book come out? 2004. Oh, I was holding the enter button instead of the shift button. And let's make that centered, and let's make that purple again. A big part of why I'm doing this right now and trying to I guess kind of, oh, why is it zooming? Trying to like go over our old work and redo it. Is because over time we find new information here, there, and everywhere. That like maybe slightly changes some stuff, and sometimes like the ideas that I propose, I'll go back a while later and be like, well, that wasn't the most sound logic ever. So I kind of just want to see how much holds up and like what we may have learned afterwards that makes things different. You said yes, the Watchtower Database continuity. I'm gonna start the video back up, but I'll find the little lore page or whatever it was on that wiki, and I'll drop it in the chat.
A bit later, as we hear in this Toonami promo.
In the year 2039.
Damn it, Colin. No, not you.
God, this was such a bad joke.
Down in other ways. I'm talking to this guy. Voice actor Peter Colin gave us this info in 2001 when the show moved from Kids WB to Cartoon Network's Toonami block. Overall, the 2038-2039 debate isn't a large discrepancy, though. After all...
So, I guess the next thing to put in would to somehow figure out how to put the Toonami promo in there. Let me see. Jesus, someone put a Discord lore page on this wiki. What are y'all doing? Oh my god, I keep accidentally hitting the Discord lore page. Let's see. I hate that my internet wants to run so slowly every time I want to do something that would be a little bit more fun than just reading a book. Let's see. Batman Beyond, what was it? Toonami promo, I think is what we were talking about. Okay, I found the lore page. So there you go, Greg. Let's see, Toonami Batman Beyond longer promo. Is that 1080p HD? There's someone out there that like remasters old promos, like takes the Blu-ray releases and recuts the promos, and it's a lot of cool. It's pretty cool.
In the year 2039. Gotham City has no heroes. Its people, no hope. Its youth, no future.
Evening, boys and girls. Who's up for some laughs?
Terry McGinnis was part of the problem.
Freeze right there. You can't control your temper.
I guess this wouldn't have been off of the Blu-ray though, maybe off the DVD because that was released in 2010. But yeah, okay, so that is one Toonami promo. I guess I could link it in Toonami promo states Batman Beyond is in 2039. And I'll just link it. Boom. Oh, does it actually? Oh, sweet. I didn't realize that it would actually put the it actually puts the video in here. Oh, I am stretching that too much. How are y'all all doing? It's a Saturday night. What's got y'all hanging here with me? Other than, of course, COVID. How's y'all's days going? Y'all aren't being too lively right now, but it says there's 16 of y'all in here. I'm gonna pop the video back on. I'm gonna get that Toonami promo out of here because that too many things might kind of bug up the internet.
Well, depending on what time of year the show starts, that could be as little of a difference as a few months. That's not too bad. But then we get stuff like this. In case you missed our video on Luthor's presidency, which I suggest you watch, I talked about Luthor's run-up to the presidency in Justice League Unlimited being cemented in 2003, and JLU's
I never
final
noticed
season
how
occurring the next
crunchy
year in
this
2004.
this
Being
music
the
is
finale
here.
to JLU season 2, epilogue would
My
then
day's
be
been fine.
in
Yours,
2068.
mine's been
While that doesn't seem like a problem yet, let me make
Mine's been all right for the most part. I've just been playing Borderlands with the fiance. I'm listening to you while playing Injustice 2. How is that? I've been meaning to play the Injustice games. I think I have the first one on PSN, but I haven't really messed around with it.
get one for you guys.
You know how much I care about you.
Sure. Why else keep dating for 15 years?
Terry and Dana have been dating for 15 years, which as we see in Batman Beyond's debut is kind of a recent development.
That friend of yours, Dana, called.
With this knowledge, we
Okay, so that's something that probably needs to be where was it?
Sure. Why else keep dating for 15 years?
Terry
I don't know where I would get the caption for that, because they took Justice League Unlimited off of DC Universe. So I'm going to at least put a note in here. Justice League Unlimited retcons Beyond to be 50 years later through epilogue and once in future thing. And then I'll put notes, and once in future thing is a corrupted timeline, so we'll make it work. Then I'll have to drag that down here. worked all day. Man, I honestly, I kind of miss working at this point. I am. We've mentioned this before on the channel, but at the start of the pandemic, Ted, James, and I all lost our jobs. So essentially, our jobs have become doing Watchtower Database work, which does not make enough money for all three of us to be calling it a full-time job or a career or anything along those lines. I think the way that things are sectioned out, like I think James is making enough to get by, but Ted and I not so much, because we're not contributing as much, since James is the editor for all of the videos, and then like it's all based off of like the views that we get and all that kind of fun stuff. But because of our job shutting down, like we've all been in and out of the cycle with the unemployment office, and my unemployment I thought had ran out, but turns out that it's just been the past 5 weeks, or almost 6 weeks now. They just decided that they're not paying me until they figure out some kind of paperwork thing on their end that they've been trying to figure out for 2 months. So I've been like going back and forth about like, do I need to go back to work? Is it worth it to try to go back to work because I don't want to catch the COVID, all that kind of stuff. Luckily, when we had a similar issue earlier in the year, I was able to put back a decent chunk of money, so that we're fine right now. But like the stress of like not knowing if and when the rest of the money from the unemployment office is going to come in just kind of makes it a sour experience. And I wish that that our government was competent in making sure that people were taken care of in a way that made it to where we didn't have to actively be going outside and interacting with each other for this. Because if they paid us enough for like everybody to stay home for like a month or two, like everybody, nobody going into work, none of that, like this whole COVID thing would drop down so fucking far. But they don't want to do that. Instead, they want to argue about whether or not they should give us a $600 stimulus check, as if that's going to do anything for anybody. It's kind of a bummer. But yeah. See, have we ever solved that 65 years from now intro? So the way that I'm thinking about it is that I have seen like early early like synopsises from like TV Guide and stuff that say that the episode was set 50 years from now. Therefore, it would have been in 2054, since what we've got for Justice League Unlimited is it taking place in 2004. And if it was 50 years from 2004, 2054 minus the 15 years of the dating, it would have been 2039. So in my head, it makes sense to me that that the 65 years from now was kind of slapped on at the end as Bruce Timm's whole 50 years from now, whenever now is thing kind of came into effect, because I guess he's trying to give more longevity to the Batman Beyond remaining the future, rather than being something that we could ever catch up to. I'm interested in the DCAU timeline. I love when people try to solve it. That's how I found you guys on YouTube. Well, I'm glad that it brought you on board, and your day is good. Well, that's good to hear. I love Injustice. It's pretty much a video game version of A Better World with a lot of the returning cast. I'll have to give it a shot sometime. I hope JLU goes to HBO Max and all of the other DCAU shows. I'm sure that they will. That's probably why they pulled Batman Beyond, Batman the Animated Series, and Justice League Unlimited for sure. I was looking for them all on DC Universe, and those ones weren't there. Static Shock was still there. The vanilla Justice League was still there. I don't know if Superman was still there or not, though. It's a little different from the first one and has a lot of fun Easter eggs. It has a bunch of tie-in material, which sucks for trying to understand its lore, but all in all, fun. I'll have to give it a go sometime in the future. Mattie, I told James this is how I think Damien fits in the DCAU. Terry changes his last name to Wayne and adopts Damien. Maybe. I don't know. Our country doesn't care about poor people. Yeah, pretty much. And it's a shame, man. But yeah, let's keep this rolling.
Dana have been dating for 15 years, which, as we see in Batman Beyond's debut, is kind of a recent development.
That friend of yours, Dana, called.
With this knowledge, we now end up with the show starting in 2053, which is, well, a bit different from the late 2030s, to say the least. So we can ignore the 2030s date, right? It's not established in the show, right? Yes and no. You see, if this magazine cover in Batman the Animated Series is to be believed, and we know Bruce is college age 10 years prior due to Mask of the Phantasm, then by 2053 he'd be at least 90, and that doesn't really match with how he looks or any of the official bios that state he's in his 70s or 80s. And at this rate, it'd be a shock.
Let me see. I do want to find those bios again really quick. I know it was off of the Return of the Joker website. I guess I'm breaking out the DVDs for my DCAU holiday viewing. Yeah, right. Jeez, I keep forgetting that Christmas is like next week. Just because like we don't really have anything planned for it. I think we're gonna do. Like a similar dinner to what we did for Thanksgiving, but other than that's about it. No, actually, we did decide what we were gonna do. We're not doing like a gift exchange this year because the money thing is is the way it is. But we are planning on getting trashed and watching Dragon Ball Evolution. That was what we said we were gonna do for ourselves. Is get trashed, make some brownies, watch Dragon Ball Evolution, and maybe we're talking about splurging and buying the Borderlands 2 Commander Lilith DLC, as well as like the Borderlands 3 game, because like we've been going through all of those and it's been a lot of fun. So far my favorite is Borderlands 2. The pre-sequel kind of was meh, more or less for story reasons I feel like than gameplay reasons, but Borderlands 2 was a lot of fun. We're playing Borderlands 1 right now, which I haven't played like since it came out. And I never beat the game. So we might be click to enable Adobe Flash. Yes. So we might be treating ourselves to that on top of our Dragon Ball viewing. But yeah, the DCAU holiday episodes would probably also be a good thing to throw in there. I guess that's where I got onto Christmas from. In the beginning of Batman Beyond, after Bruce's retirement, 20 years, I thought would be in 2049. That was before I found out his retirement was in 2019. Yeah, that's another thing that will be pulling into here, because we did find a canon date for that after going through the what you call it. After doing the video, we found a canon date for the day Bruce Wayne retires. So we'll be adding that into this. Your country's falling apart before your eyes, and all the left can do about it is get into petty fights online. It's really depressing to watch. Oh God, please let's. I am down to talk politics on this. I'm so down. But I just don't want to deal with the Jimmy Dore discourse. Wonder Woman 84 comes out on Christmas. Yes, and I'm waiting to watch that because we're talking about doing a stream watch along with all three of us, with me, James, and Ted, and maybe Sissy will be there too. but we're gonna. I think the idea is that we will all be on screen, and well, shoot, this is not a date that the Batman Beyond. Oh no, because they I didn't realize, because I'm talking to y'all, I didn't realize that that it redirected to not the Return of the Joker site, but a different site. Okay, so it's saying that link's going to be batmanbeyond.com. But yeah, so the idea for the Wonder Woman 84 thing is that James, Ted, and I would all watch it together, like over a Zoom call or whatever, and like we would be live on stream, but the movie itself wouldn't be live. So it would kind of be like we would start the stream at X time and like have a schedule for oh my god, I hate when it does this, when it tries to redirect you to different sites. And I would love for this to just I'm not donating. I use this website all the time. I should donate at some point. I just do not have the money. But yeah, so we would just be on screen, and like have like a scheduled, like, hey, we're starting stream at this time, and we will be live, like the movie will be rolling at this time if you want to watch along with us. We put out our feelers on Twitter to see how people felt about that, and it seemed to be a popular idea. So we just have to figure out what day we're going to be doing that on. Okay, so batmanbeyond.com. When did Return of the Joker come out? That was like 2002? Maybe 2004? I think it was 2002. Let's see. That sounds like a blast. The Dragon Ball Evolution thing. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Neither of us have seen Dragon Ball Evolution before, but we just went through the whole gamut of Dragon Ball canon. We watched. We binged. It was like 4 months straight. We did Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z Kai, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball GT. And we even sprinkled in a couple of the movies here and there, as well as some of the stuff that was only released in Japan. Plan to Eradicate the Super Saiyans, and I'm trying to think what the other one was. Yo Son Goku and His Friends Return. That was it. That was a lot of fun, and we're both like really interested to see how this movie fucks all of it up. Although Dragon Ball Evolution and Getting Trash sounds great too. I've seen a little bit of Dragon Ball. I can't watch Adult Swim. They don't run it often. Yeah, we have Funimation, I believe, because Sissy's a huge anime fan. So we were watching the majority of it on there, but their website's kind of crappy. Been avoiding it as much as I can too, and I really can't wait for this whole thing to finally be you and me both. I can't watch WW84. I've only seen Batman vs Superman and Justice League, and even worse, Suicide Squad. I had only. Wait. This website is so loud. Can I mute this website? Mute tab. Yeah, I saw Man of Steel when it had first come out in theaters. And I was a huge fan of it at the time, just because I was, just getting into superheroes like more seriously than I had been in the past. And so I was just like, yeah, superhero stuff, let me eat it all up. Not really aware of what makes a good story. Not to say that Man of Steel is the worst thing ever, but like rewatched it recently and it didn't really click too well. But I was really excited coming off of Man of Steel, going into Batman vs Superman, because I liked Man of Steel, and Ben Affleck I thought was a really good choice to be Batman. Just having had him. I'm a huge Kevin Smith fan, and so being that Ben Affleck was a huge presence in Kevin Smith movies, kind of gave me the feeling that he was probably a big comic book guy. And oh, Jesus Christ, this website is so broken. Oh my God. Can we force the images to load. What if I change it to a different date? But yeah, I just felt like he was a perfect choice for Batman based off of his dramatic performances and the fact that he has to be to some degree has to be a huge nerd, having worked with Kevin Smith as much as he has. Why is this just not working? We got those bios from somewhere. You know what? They may have been off of the Return of the Joker DVD. Now that I'm thinking about it. So I thought he was going to be a good choice. And then I went and saw Batman vs. Superman. And that's the first time I ever left a movie theater feeling disappointed. Which, like, I guess I don't go to a lot of movies in theaters. But, like, that... Not even feeling disappointed, but, like, feeling like I wanted my money back. Right? Because, like, I guess technically before that, like, I saw Muppet Most Wanted, and that really didn't click with me. Like the first of that Muppet series did. So I had been technically disappointed by a movie before in theaters, just not to the point where I wanted my money back. We have almost the entire bio here. That's all right. I will what I will do is I'll snip it. I'll snip it anyway. And then I will later on I'll go back and I'll find a better one. But I'm not gonna make y'all sit and watch me go through every single date that this website was archived. Save as. Let's see. But yeah, so I guess what I was trying to say though is that recently, earlier in the pandemic, I guess, Sissy and I were watching, the DCEU stuff to kind of catch up before Wonder Woman 1984, and we did Man of Steel, we did Batman vs Superman, we did Wonder Woman, Suicide Squad, and Justice League, and we recorded commentary tracks for those. We just got smashed, watched them, recorded commentary tracks. I do not remember anything from any of those movies, because of us being smashed while watching them. But James is going to take those, line them up with the movies, and then I guess clip down like what is the most entertaining parts of it for content around the time that the Snyder Cut comes out. And I think we still have to do Shazam, Aquaman, and Birds of Prey for that, but we'll probably be doing them soon. Wait, asked in what now? Man of Steel, great Superman movie or greatest Superman movie? I can't even tell if you're trolling or not, Mark. Did you see why Justice League might have an R rating? Batman drops the F-bomb, so in character, I wish I could see the snack. I don't care about characters dropping F-bombs, right? Like I said, I'm a huge Kevin Smith fan. So a character dropping an F-bomb doesn't necessarily mean that that it's going to be a serious or good thing. Like that tells me nothing at all other than the character says fuck, right? Like I just said fuck. Is this what you're gonna turn on and see when you turn on the Snyder Justice League film? It's just gonna be me saying fuck. Like, why does it? I don't get why stuff like that matters and becomes news stories. If you want us to care about it, put it in the trailer with some context. But otherwise, a news story being like, "Ooh, Batman says a dirty word," is just kind of silly to me. Let's see. Okay, so let's put this Bruce Wayne bio in here. I wonder if the other ones have bios. Not bios, but the other ones have like ages on them. And then let me late 70s, early 80s. So I'll say 75 to 85 years ago. From Beyond's perspective. And then I'll attach that to there. That way, the viewers got an idea of what the fuck I'm talking about. All right. Bruce Timm discarding the evidence he doesn't want us to know. Clearly, it's all Bruce Timm taking apart the website. There was an article about it. I think it was Screen Rant saying "fuck" isn't character for Snyder's version of Batman. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's probably in character, but like what I'm saying is that it doesn't tell me anything about the character, right? Like for all I know, Christopher Reeve's Superman could drop an F-bomb here and there. Like it just never happened on screen because it's not relevant to the story they're telling. You know, like once you become an adult, you come to find out that everyone curses except for my mom. That's the rule of being an adult.
Well, more of a shock. No, even more. It would be a surprise that he lived past that into his hundreds. I get it.
65 is the new 30.
But at some point, we're just stretching the fabric a bit thin. So 2053 seems odd. And while close, 2038 and 2039 are contradictory.
Something that I noticed going back to our old videos is that I feel like a lot of the jokes like require people to be as into the DCAU lore as us, and it's kind of funny to me because I remember back in that time, like James and Ted were always talking about we have to hold the viewer's hand and explain everything every time, you know, rather than saying go back and watch this video, go back and watch that video, etc, etc, etc. Like that 65 is the new 30 thing. Like they have to realize that we're in Batman Beyond time. They have to know that like it's the miracles of modern medicine, a gag that we pull over and over and over again. So it's kind of funny that's like stuff like that kind of slips in here.
So when is it then?
When
Ladies
that's
and gentlemen of the court,
when our
I
headspace
direct your
was, you know,
attention to
over-explaining.
Exhibit A, Batman Beyond spin-off show, The Zeta Project.
Unit Zeta went renegade August 5th, 2041.
All right, so I'm going to, let's see, take those closed captions off, rewind that just a tad so that the date's on the screen. And I'm going to screen grab that because I don't have a way to get screen caps directly from the Zeta project right now because there's no disk drive on this computer that I'm using. Let's see. Let me just say that as quality time date. And but like I've got my Zeta discs right in the other room. It's just I'll keep that in the Batman Beyond color because why not? August 5th. Unit Zeta goes renegade. And then yeah, I've got my Zeta discs in the other room. This just doesn't have a disk drive on it. I was hoping that I would be able to get this computer that James is holding for me sometime soon, but then he got sick, so it's gonna have to wait a little bit longer. Let's see. Foul language doesn't make something adult. If anything, hinging on foul language makes something seem more immature to me. That's honestly why I love your channel. I love the in-depth references and jokes. Yeah, so the something like something that I picked up early on, like I cuss like a sailor. Like there are very often times that James and Ted have to be like, hey, take the expletives out of the script, because like I lived in a very regressive household, and there were a lot of things that I couldn't do, but when I wasn't around my dad, come to find out, the one thing I could do that he would never find out about is I could cuss. So I took that up at a young age and just decided that was part of my personality, and it never stopped, and it's just become habit now. But when I was still living with my dad, being a teenager and everything, I was really huge into a lot of the punk and emo bands that were going on at the time, and I was watching like interviews from Warped Tour and everything like that, and one of them was an interview with the vocalist from Senses Fail, who was saying like there are so many bands in that scene that really like rely on cursing, that rely on just like I'm heavier than you kind of nonsense, like I'm more brutal than you. And he was saying like I see that as that it's void of creativity, because you could be a song is like 3 minutes long, and you could be like usually 3 minutes long. Obviously there's stuff on the shorter end, there's stuff on the longer end, but 3 minutes long is the average. And the point he was trying to make is like, you don't have a lot of time to get a message across, and you're wasting amounts of that time with fuck this, fuck that, blah blah blah, or the whole like edgy brutal thing. And he's just like, do something more worthwhile. Like that's why like Senses Fail almost never cusses in their songs. I think there's like, at least by that point, I think there was like maybe one song that like had a curse in it. They did used to do some of the edgy stuff though, so like it's whatever. But I mean, in a movie where you have more space, like I don't mind cursing. I don't mind cursing at all. But like that's just something that like has stuck with me, is that like in my own personal writing, like not necessarily something I'm doing for the channel, but like when I write lyrics, I try not to curse without intent behind that, and it makes it harder to do, just because like it really makes you sit there and think about what you're saying. But I feel like the stuff comes out for the better because of it. See, one thing that really stood out to me during my latest rewatch of a lot of the old contents, that your on-camera confidence has shifted a lot in the past few years. Oh yeah, I used to not know what I was doing at all, and now this is just a part of my life. I still hate like filming, but I deal with it because it's what I do. It's part of my life. But like I'll put it off as long as I can. But yeah, back then I was just like, oh my god, I don't know what to do. And it's a lot easier now because I'm using a teleprompter for my script. Whereas back then, if a lot of the videos, you'll see my laptop is in the video. My script was just up on the laptop. That's why that was part of like the vanishing point set and everything. Because I would always like look down, look back up at the camera, look down, look back up at the camera. But now that I've got the teleprompter thing going, it makes it a lot easier. You could plug in an external DVD drive via USB. Yeah, but with how slow this computer runs, it's it's already a challenge to get stuff going smoothly while streaming. My swearing shifted a good amount over time from being vehemently anti-swearing to constantly swearing to aggressively self-censoring now, where I swear a good amount, but not to the extreme that I once did when I first realized that cussing's not that big of a deal. Yeah, like I feel like maybe in the professional world it's a bigger deal, but I don't live in that world. I feel like you really know what I'm going through because the way I look, I get picked on in school. People always try to say I'm gay when I'm... Are you trying to say that I look like I would get picked on in school? Because true, I would get picked on in school. Little fun story, little fun aside, and then I'll get the video rolling back again. But when I was in high school, like I said, I was growing up in a really regressive family. Didn't have, a very, very large set of social skills as a result. So it was hard to make friends. And so a lot of the times, the way that I got not necessarily friendship with people, but the attention of people was just doing dumb shit. So one day, a group of guys that I knew were joking about like taping someone up to a pole at the school, and I was just like, hey, tape me up to the pole, let me be the pole guy, like that would be so funny. So they did it, and like that's not a bullying thing, right? Because like I let myself into that, but following that, people started throwing food at me that I didn't know. Just random people who, like, I had no clue who they were. They just decided, hey, let's throw food at this guy whose pals just taped him up to a pole. And then I ended up getting detention, and none of the people throwing food got detention because it was my idea to be taped to the pole, and it could have been bad had there been a fire or a bomb threat or anything. Just nonsense. We have not forgotten the infamous Scarecrow video with all the bloopers left in. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was that he could have left some of those out. That's the reason DCAU and Bruce Timm's art has been a part of my life, because I use it to escape and try not to worry about what people say and think. Well, I'm glad that we're able to kind of, have that outlet open for you. That's been a thing with me for like a ton of creative projects that I've been in, whether it's been like my emo band in the past or this, is that more or less my frame of mind is that the world is a kind of shitty place a lot of the time. And while, we all need to be taking whatever steps we can to make it a better place, sometimes, we just need escapism and somewhere to go to, not deal with that for a little while. Or we need someone that like we can relate to in that pain, right? Like the emo band I was in, like a lot of that was about processing my anxiety and depression and stuff like that. And so whenever we took the stage and I had the microphone, I was able to be like, hey, like this is how I was feeling when I wrote this. This is how I'm feeling now. We can all talk with each other about these feelings and things, like if you're going through something similar, because 9 times out of 10 the majority of the crowd would be a couple years younger than me and not really necessarily have the tools for them to work through their stuff on their own. So I like to try to connect and give a bit of an escape or something to relate to. This from the man who created the calculus. I expect... Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, who... All right. Hold on a second. Dat Boy WZ. Who have you been in the chat before and told me who you are? Because if you know the Calculus song, that goes way back. That goes way back. Give me a second. I'm gonna go get another drink. But that goes way back. Who is this? Oh, okay, shit. I did share that in Discord once. Oh my god, I thought you were somebody that I went to high school with. Oh my god. I had forgotten that I even shared that on anything. Jesus. Yeah, no, that goes way back. Maybe we'll get sidetracked. Maybe we'll get sidetracked and look at that later. That was a thing for for an extra credit project in high school. And it was pretty bad. But yeah, let's get back into this video.
Zeta was on a long-term assignment infiltrating a terrorist group. 6 days ago, it went renegade.
Awesome. Now that we have an anchor to...
Okay, so that's Zeta, the episode Zeta. 6 days ago, Zeta went renegade, right? So that would put us in August 11th. And I think that I can, depending on whether Voodoo's gonna let me or not, because I have the digital copy in the Watchtower Database Voodoo library, so I should be able to pull up the closed captions and everything and have the legitimate screen grab for that evidence. God, I haven't thought about the Calculus song in so long that that's still kind of hitting me, because it was a little unexpected to see that brought up. I feel like somewhere I don't know if I do or not. We my brother and I, whenever we put that out, my brother, myself, and a couple friends, kind of had a band but didn't know what we were doing. So the majority of anything we would play was acoustic covers of other emo bands that we liked, or comedy bands that one of the guys in the group liked, and so that being, no, I don't want to buy the Zeta project. I want to go to the Batman Beyond episode Zeta. But that being the one of the only songs that we had personally written ourselves, me and our buddy that was in the band with us, we decided that it would be a fun thing to have poster boards with the lyrics on it for some reason. I don't know. We only ever did 2 shows at the Starbucks Pavilion or whatever. Oh, I'm not signed in. It's not gonna let me bring it in if I don't sign in. But we did 2 shows at a Starbucks Pavilion that just a bunch of friends showed up to, and Starbucks was fine with it because we were bringing them lots of business. And we played that song and had the poster boards with the lyrics and stuff, and a friend of ours drew a walrus on one of them or something, and I kept those for a while, but I don't know if I still have them or not. I remember a bunch of users flipping out because one WDB video included inline bloopers. That was the Scarecrow one. That was definitely the Scarecrow one. I mean, there are so many there are so many videos that have bloopers still left in them, and bloopers still happen even with the teleprompter, but we don't keep them in nearly as much because they're not nearly as funny. It's not like it's more of a frustration thing now of me like reading the teleprompter and then like slipping over a line because the teleprompter, sometimes it feels like it's going too fast and other times it feels like it's going too slow. And I've tried to find the nice in between, but it's pretty difficult to nail down exactly just because of it's like format. It's on Sissy's phone, and instead of I don't have a way to hold it horizontal, so we have it holding vertical. So like it's formatted really weird, and it's kind of hard to just get the sweet spot on the speed. And so I'll just be like recording and trip over the line and be like, oh fuck, I gotta go change the teleprompter again and reboot it and all that kind of stuff. So they're not as fun as they used to be, where it was me reading the lines off of the computer screen, looking at the camera, flubbing the line, and kind of laughing at myself, you know. Always down for bloopers. James will put them in if he finds them to be funny. Every time I see you guys upload, I smile, and it's super rare for me to smile, so you guys are the best YouTuber. Well, thank you. This title won't play in this quality on your display due to copyright restrictions. Okay, well, I'll watch the SD version. I think it's probably realizing that I have a streaming platform going. And I'm not trying to stream the episode. I'm just trying to get the captions. So if this doesn't work, then that's another something that I'll just have to plug in later. Let me just Agent Bennett confirms this takes place 6 days after Zeta goes renegade. And then we'll center those, and we will make them purple. If it'll let me do the colors. Oh, there it goes. And I'm gonna just mute it. That way we definitely don't hit any kind of copyright anything. Let me see. Here we go. Closed caption English. I actually like to see bloopers. I don't know why. Well, I think we were talking about for a little while doing bloopers as like separate videos, maybe for patrons or something. I know we did the bloopers for when James' dad was on the channel that way, but I think we ended up releasing them on the channel as well. But you know, it's just a thing of like, you know, how much of that do you leave in before you lose somebody's interest in the video altogether? Connor has posted an emoji where somebody is crossed out, and I don't know who it is. Well, it's taken a sweet time to load the scene that I wanted. That's all right. Oh, and now the timeline part is kind of freezing too. Maybe I have too many tabs going at once. Hopefully, once I get through the YouTube video, I could probably exit out of that and you know, we could deal with. They should put Eric Cartman in the Justice League. Let's go for it. Have him telling Superman to respect his authority. What if I just press play? It's still not going. That's all right. We can come back to that.
Work with in this August 11th, 2041 date, we can work backwards to figure out Rebirth's placement. If we look back to Hidden Agenda, we see a Homecoming poster, placing that episode in fall 2040. And then in
Okay. So Hidden Agenda has a Homecoming poster, and so that means it's fall 2040. I guess because that episode happened first. Oh yeah, this is, why is it? Well, that's weird. It's like it's got like a transparent film over it, but it's not frozen like you would think it would be. Maybe I should just refresh the page. Let me just go ahead and make the Hidden Agenda. Remember the episode where Cadmus proposed means-tested student debt forgiveness? Oh no! Oh geez, yeah. A truly evil organization. All right, where is it? Hidden Agenda. Boom. I think the logic here is that Hidden Agenda is produced before Zeta was the episode Zeta. I think Hidden Agenda is by production number is episode 19, and Zeta is by production number, I want to say like episode 26. And so I guess the logic is that means Hidden Agenda happens first, and since the Homecoming poster is there, then it would have to be fall 2040. I don't use that logic with most of the shows. Mainly Batman the Animated Series and the new Batman Adventures. Just because like stuff will happen in the tie-in comics that like throws the production order off, or like the production order will have a two-parter and then like 7 different episodes in between the two parts, you know, stuff along those lines. Or specifically with Batman the Animated Series, there's one episode that was produced much later, but given an earlier production number because the episode that had that production number was an episode that they told the overseas animation studio to create everything for, character models and everything, just because they were curious if it would make things run faster, and instead it made things run so slowly they had to throw that episode out altogether, and they ended up giving the production number to a different episode. And so like there's just stuff like that all throughout the DCAU, so I try not to lean on production number means that's the order it goes. But with Batman Beyond, we don't really have as much of that, so I feel like it's fine logic here. But I mean, it's definitely, there's definitely I guess a small bit of hypocrisy doing that. Like the tie-in comics don't really.
We see the spring fling of the same year, since that's only the 4th Homecoming poster to figure out Rebirth's placement. If we look back to Hidden Agenda, we see a Homecoming poster, placing that episode in fall 20.
I wish that I could just I wish DC Universe was still running Batman Beyond, because it would be so much easier to get screenshots. I'm not even gonna deal with the voodoo situation. I will just put those screenshots in later. But let's see. So Hidden Agenda, we were saying Homecoming posters around Hamilton Hill High suggest that it's fall. 2040 date is then not concluded. What is the word that I'm looking for? Is derived, I guess, from working backwards. Derived by working backwards from zeta based on production order. There we go. That will be how we deal with that for now. And then hopefully by the next time we do a stream, I will be able to just have those things just already in there. The correct screen grabs and everything. Oh, sweet! It's not keeping the text color up here anymore. Was this the color? Is that right? I'm just gonna hope that's right. It looks about right. I want to say I pulled the center one. No, that's a little too dark. Pete Buttigieg and Amanda Waller. I'm loving the 2020 primary retconning into the what happened is they built Cadmus because they were afraid of what Bernie might do. It had nothing to do with superheroes. The Nolan trilogy is boring to me. What do you think about them, Mattie? I'm kind of in the same boat with you. Like I acknowledge that they're good movies, right? Like they're not bad by any means. But I don't view them as Batman movies so much as I view them as like cop dramas. And like a cop drama can be fun every now and then, regardless of how much ACAB, as I would tend to believe. But like when the cops are fictional, like it's fun to see what's going on with them don't I enjoyed Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but just I don't know, man. I don't want to watch a Batman movie that is a cop drama, right? I want to watch a Batman movie that's a Batman movie, and I know that Batman, like historically, has a relationship with the police and everything. So like I get that the police have to be there to some degree, but when you're doing a Batman movie as a cop drama, you're taking out the ability to do a lot of like the more campy, or in some cases like supernatural or meta human-y characters. Like I don't want to see this is what Batman would look like if he lived in our world. I want to see what Batman would look like if he lived in the world of Batman. Like I want to see a Batman movie that is able to tonally say, yes, we're serious. Also, here is a woman that controls plants. That's what I want out of Batman. And we're never gonna get that, I don't think, because everybody's just way too wrapped up in the Frank Miller dark and edgy nonsense, which is just absurd to me, because the people who are making Batman films now, like they had Batman the Animated Series. I don't know why they're not leaning into it. Like I would love to see a serious Batman movie with Poison Ivy, with Mr. Freeze, with just any any of the more like zany kind of comic booky villains. Like, I don't want it to be, this is a guy in Kevlar armor fighting a terrorist, because that's all it is. The only good Batman movie is Mask of the Phantasm. It is 100% a very good Batman movie. It's been so long since I've watched the Burton ones, so I do want to rewatch those before agreeing with you. But that's kind of where my head is at. Oh, Keanu is here. Hey, nice to see you around. If y'all weren't here the other day, Keanu is going to be in that Batman Adventures video that I was talking about earlier. They have a YouTube channel that last time I looked, like, only has like 48 subscribers to it, and it's kind of ridiculous because they're putting out some decent quality content. So you know, if you're not subscribed to Keanu Comics, I'll let them drop their link so you can go subscribe. No, P in Voyager, I don't want to be famous. I'm going to ban you. Boom, there we go. Let's see, would that make Doomsday Michael Bloomberg? Oh no. I don't want a Doomsday Michael Bloomberg. Batman handing Kamala Harris a towel from off screen. Get dressed, Madam President. Oh my god, honest, like, oh my god, these jokes are too good. I'm kind of upset that I didn't think of them myself. I mean, it is fictional, so of course the cops are the good guy. Pretty much, the Nolan movies are fine, but they're more like an Elseworlds, where Batman is more crime drama and less superhero, and I just prefer the superhero genre for a reason. Yeah, see, that's basically, that's a Cliff Notes version of what I was trying to say, Mark. Nolan said that he didn't even know about Batman, really. I could see it. Right? Like, Dark Knight's a good movie, but it's just not something I ever really, like to go back and revisit, just because it doesn't resonate with me in the way that these cartoons from 30 years ago do. Best live-action Batman movie is the Adam West. I've been meaning to, like, actually try to go watch the Adam West stuff. But I just... There's something with me, like, watching media from before I was born that, like, it just kind of feels weird to me. It's a reminder that we're all here for a finite time. There's so much that happened before and so much that will happen later. And as a result, I'm just like, let's just stick with the stuff that's been here in my time. I would say Batman Begins is a really earnest Batman movie, but the sequels took it a lot more realistic. I've heard that take before. It's been maybe like somewhere from 5 to 7 years since I've watched Batman Begins, but I don't remember seeing it, like seeing that as my opinion, I guess I should say. But maybe I should give it another go. Batman as a detective, no movie has explored that. Hopefully Matt Reeves' movie is good. I'm looking forward to Matt Reeves' stuff, right? Because just the fact that the Riddler is going to be in that movie, like, kind of tells me that they're going to go into that comic booky realm a little bit. But I don't know. I don't have too much hope for it, because Ben Affleck is still Batman as well. So it's just, they're really diluting the brand, and it's weird with how, like, the Bat embargo and everything occurred. Oh, Keanu dropped their link. There we go. Yeah, y'all go subscribe to Keanu. They'll be on the channel soon. Let's see. I think that Batman and Robin killed any chance of a Batman movie that embraces the absurdity of the comics in any meaningful way. The future Justice League movies are our only hope for more goofy live-action Batman stuff for the foreseeable future. And I'm not even sure if we're going to get another one of those after the Snyder Cut nonsense is over. Yeah, I feel that. It's a shame. Like, I get that whatever happened with like the director handoff for Justice League, like that was a bunch of nonsense and everything. But I do gotta say that like I remember like kind of enjoying at least parts of Justice League. I had a lot of fun whenever Flash was on screen. But other than that, that movie didn't really stick with me too well, and I don't know if we'll ever get another one, just because of how poorly it did. The Nolan movies are also very right wing coded. I could see that. I mean, I doubt it's anything like Snyder's movies are, where Batman literally quotes Dick Cheney. But I could see that. Dark Knight Rises was an explicit refutation of Occupy Wall Street. Oh, interesting. I need to. I guess I need to read more into that. Seen Adam West Batman. My dad is 65, so he's never seen the DCAU. We've been watching the animated series. Hell yeah! I would. I wish that. I wish that I was able to have that kind of relationship with my dad. Cherish that, Greg. Because not all dads are good dads, and it's not every day that you get to share something you love with the people who brought you into this world. Let's see. We've been going for like an hour and a half, and we've only gotten 4 minutes into this video.
Same year. Since that's only the 4th episode, this must mean Rebirth occurs in 2040.
Mattie, you are forgetting something.
Okay. So we've had a lot of discussion about this, and in Rebirth, we get this exchange.
A little early for Halloween, but just in time for fall.
Admittedly, I've been hesitant to accept that as evidence for Rebirth in the tail end of 2030.
I still am kind of hesitant on that. Like I get that I think the reason that I was like, yeah, sure, whatever, was because James was just like, no, it's been 2039 this whole time. Like, it's gotta stay 2039. And I was just like, yeah, okay. But, like, it just feels like kind of a quippy thing that Terry would say. But I'll go ahead and I will, I'll add it anyway. Oh, yeah, shoot. We had, hold on, there was actually... What was it? Golem, I think, was around another dance.
Occurs in 2040.
That's why that was 2039 instead of
episode in fall 2040. And then in Golem, we see the spring fling of the same year.
Okay, yeah. So Golem has a spring fling going on. So we'll drop that in here. I wish I could get these like all just automatically to be the same size, but then when I resize them, it shrinks the title card. And then episode plot revolves around Spring Fling. Oh, I accidentally hit the attachment when what I wanted to do was hit the text. And then that's another one that I'll just have to grab a decent screenshot for later on. And I guess that that to be thorough, that everything that happens between those would then be would then also be in 2040. Terry says it's just in time for fall. In response to Powers Tech, I guess. Wayne Powers. Wayne Powers guards person saying it's too early. For Halloween. So there we go. It's too early for Halloween, but it's just in time for fall. This could potentially just be a quip. But it is at least earlier than Halloween. If in fall, then 2039 date is sealed. I guess I should say is sealed via on-screen context. Because, you know, we got this other stuff saying 2038 and all that kind of stuff. So, nothing sealed. I started watching Star Trek, the original series, at the start of the month. I need to get back on that. And I have to admit that the fact that a good amount of the people on screen are dead now does make it a bit weird for me. Yeah, like I mean, it's just like, I don't know, going back and like just watching anything where someone's dead and like maybe it's even someone that like I had an attachment to through some of their work beforehand. Like it makes the experience different than what it used to be. And I'm sure different than what it was at the time. And it's just a reminder of mortality and everything, right? Like, if I go back and, like, keeping on the Kevin Smith thing from earlier, if I go back and watch Dogma, like, it's gonna hit me in the head, like, oh, Alan Rickman, who is the voice of God in this movie, is no longer with us. And that's a bummer, right? And, like, maybe that specific example isn't really, like, what I was talking about with the indicator of like watching stuff before I was alive, and like I try not to like actively let that influence what I'm watching, you know, too much. But like it because it's also a thing of like we just live in a golden age of television where there's just so much stuff coming all the time, and it's hard to keep up. But yeah, I don't know. I forgot where I'm going with that. You are right, Mattie. I know I'm right because I like I've said multiple times. I grew up in a kind of regressive household, and more or less, the way that my dad approached parenting, he didn't really he wasn't really actively involved in like the things that my siblings and I were interested in, and 9 times out of 10 would act as if they were a waste of time, and we weren't allowed to watch cartoons. We're not allowed to go out with friends. We're not, you know, this, that, and the other. He rarely ever showed up for basketball games that I was in, but like still wanted me to go to basketball practice at our new school despite the coach saying that I wasn't going to be on the team. You know, that like it's just this whole weird thing of like it's I assume parenting is hard, right? But like when you've got a parent that's willing to be there with you and you know, just share the things that you enjoy with you, it's you got something good there. Of course, that's not to say that like that is the litmus test of a parent, because you can still be a bad parent and watch cartoons with your kid or whatever, but like, you know, just I don't know your situation any further than that, and all I'm trying to say is, enjoy the time you have watching cartoons with your dad, because that's not a thing all of us get. I think Nolan is deliberately pretty neutral. If anything, he was just condemning violence and mob rule, but he definitely depicted the corruption and outrage that led to it. Just more of a two wrongs don't make a right stance. Yeah. I'll have to rewatch. I'll have to rewatch his stuff. I've been I wasn't really. I've always followed politics to a degree, just because my dad is a radio talk show host. But it's kind of a situation of like, he's a right wing radio talk show host, so like my political view, I guess I should say, wasn't really okay. Where do I find this Chris Jones art? Because I'm trying to answer the next comment without having even read it out loud yet. But like my political worldview was a bit different the last time that I watched those movies. So like, it just may not have clicked with me that there was, much of a political message at all. And it probably was just like, oh, Batman and Bane, cool. And I just never really went back to it. So is Robot Man in the DCAU? So he hasn't appeared on screen or in any comics, but the Doom Patrol did get a release with Mattel was doing an online collector's version of not version, but like when Mattel was doing the Justice League Unlimited run of characters, like they had a collection of like characters that were never on the show or in the tie-in comics or anything, that they were only selling online as like a collector's item. And one of those sets was the Doom Patrol. So we do have Robot Man, at least in DCAU design, done by friend of the channel Chris Jones, who we've met and interviewed a few times. And we've got a Doom Patrol design that's JLU inspired, and an action figure that goes along with it. But we don't have like any stories about him or any information further than what's on the back of the action figure box. The just in time for fall thing works as a placeholder due to limited evidence, but can just as easily be ignored if more concrete timeline evidence that contradict. Yeah, basically that's what I'm dealing with. Is Dog Welder in the DC? I do not get that reference. There is a reference to Beast Boy, so it is possible. Yeah, so that's another way that Robot Man could work around. What's the Beast Boy reference? Okay, yeah, Andrew already answered that. Dogma is probably Kevin Smith's best film. I would disagree and say Chasing Amy is his best. I know that one got a lot of blowback when it first came out, because I guess my understanding is at the time, it was kind of marketed as a movie with a lead character being a lesbian, and there wasn't a lot of lesbian representation. But the story of the movie ended up being that the woman was bi and was more or less closing off a section of her life to fit in with lesbian stuff. And there's a whole thing with bi culture of like kind of like feeling imposter syndrome or whatever, or feeling like there's a greed attached to liking both genders or something along those lines. So it makes sense to me, the story he was telling, that like that this bi woman would identify as lesbian for a time in her life. But back in the 90s, when you don't have as much LGBT representation at all, and it's being marketed as a film with a lesbian lead character, I can understand how it's seen as a slight to the community for it to be like, nope, actually she likes dick too. But that being said, I feel like modern day viewing that movie, like that's not really an issue to take with it, and so like I have no problem with the movie at all, and I think it's one of his best works. Let's see. The third Nolan movie is the most explicitly political. Damn, I was shitposting about Robot Man. I didn't know there was actually concept art. Well, see, that's why we're here, because we don't know everything, but we know a lot of the things. For a while when I was younger, I wasn't too close to my dad. I was closer to my mom. My dad and I used to watch the Child's Play movies when I was 4 and other horror movies, but now we watch a lot more movies and TV shows. See, I horror movies was also another thing that I wasn't allowed to do back in the day. But whenever I came to my mom's house, they were always running them on AMC late at night. So I was watching those, and my dad never had to know about it. So that was another thing that became a huge part of my personality, was like, a lot of my personality is backlash at my dad being a bad dad, but it is what it is. I'm an adult now, and that's just the way that things worked out. Dog Welder is an obscure DC villain. Okay, got it. Rush is an absolute dumbass. Yes. All right, so y'all are having your Bane discussion, and I can't really weigh in too much on that because I was talking about how it's been a while since I watched that movie. So y'all can keep discussing Bane. I'm gonna get the video going again. Yeah, I forgot I wound.
Okay. So we've had a lot of discussion about this, and in Rebirth we get this exchange.
A little early for Halloween, but just in time for fall.
Admittedly, I've been hesitant to accept that as evidence for Rebirth in the tail end of 2039, due to it leaving a gap spanning several months between Terry donning the Batsuit and the aforementioned spring fling. But it works so well.
Okay, so here's I just remembered what my big issue is with the jump from fall 2039 to spring 2040, is that Golem is the first episode that we see Terry use the invisibility cloaking on his thing, and it seems very strange that like we would have a 6-month gap between these episodes. Like it's what, like 2 episodes apart or something like that, and Terry just never used the cloaking device. Like it's kind of it doesn't work too well for me, but I don't know. It is what it is.
With the Toonami promo, as well as some confusion around Terry's age that we'll get to at another time.
I forgot about the Terry's age thing. Yeah, Terry's age is kind of weird. And with me, like, I think we did another video on that where I explained that my theory is that he was held back in school or something like that.
Though, I concede, Batman Beyond starts in fall 2039.
I told you.
Shut up.
So we've successfully pinned down Batman Beyond starting in 2039 and continuing on until at least late 2041. I mentioned earlier we were going to pin down the events of Return of the Joker as well, so let's move on and do that. While the movie's placement is harder to pin down than any episode since we don't have a production number attached to it, we do know that it must occur after Paxton Powers is...
Okay, yeah, so I was doing by production order. I was trying to remember earlier if that was the logic I was running with.
Ousted from Wayne Powers and King's Ransom, but before Wayne has full control of the company back in Out of the Past. So it's sandwiched in between those two sometime around the events of the episode Betrayal. Knowing this, we can move forward from our established August 11th, 2041 date. We hear spring break is over by the time of Plague. We see...
Okay, so Plague will be over here. My mom still gets mad when I watch horror movies, especially when they show tits. Yeah, I could see that being upsetting to a mom, because like there's a sense about it of a mom just being prudish, and like that's that's kind of how my mom is like I was saying earlier, she's like she's the only adult I know that doesn't cuss. But I think like there's also an aspect of, it's kind of an objectification, right? Like the horror movies just really, really, really just try to do so much gratuitous sex to you know, fill out the runtime and everything, and because they could. And so like if there's a hot girl in a horror movie, literally the only reason she's there 9 times out of 10 is so that you can see her titties. And like we shouldn't be viewing women as a whole in that way. And in my mind, it's like you know, they signed up to do that. It's kind of sex work, I guess you would say, and I'm all down for sex workers, but like we just gotta be able to draw a line between the you know, being open and free with your sexuality and you know, objectification. And because of the consistent way that, you know, the horror movies did that, it leans more so into the objectification side of that spectrum, because 9 times out of 10 these movies are written and directed by males and marketed towards the male gaze. You know, like there's not a huge I guess horror movie, like there are women who like horror movies, but like because of the fact that they're just like full of tits, full of gore and everything, like the way they were marketed at, like I'm thinking specifically of like 80s slashers and stuff, right? It's so much more about like, let's get teens and adolescent kids, boys in here and watch our movies. And so you hook them in with hot girls and titties. And at a point, it's just like, y'all are really not being too respectful to an entire gender. Which, like, once again, I don't mind sex work, but like there are lines to draw between someone doing sex work as their own thing, and like a writer and a director like intentionally being like, we are going to sexualize you for this movie that is, you know, otherwise not a sex experience. You know, you're not going to the theater to whip it out in J.O. You're going to the theater to watch a movie. Like that might be what the defining line is like, that a movie isn't meant to be necessarily a sexual experience. Let's see. I like the conclusion that you guys came to about Terry's age. It makes perfect sense to me. Yeah. It's been a while since I've watched that video, but that is that's the way that I've viewed Terry for a while. Because it makes sense with the fact that you know, he was in juvie for a while and everything. Occurs towards the end of spring break. Let me get that color correct. Terry is supposed to be 17, right? Terry is usually 17, but in an epilogue, he says he was 16. Yeah. So Terry is like all of his bios for Batman Beyond basically state that he's a 17-year-old, but epilogue is just like, I was 16 when I first put on the cowl, and then like when you take into account the amount of time that Batman Beyond takes place over, he gets to be like 18 or 19 years old by the end of it, I believe. Horror flicks rules, but they are definitely exploitative. The women aren't the ones writing / directing the movies. Yeah, that's basically what I was trying to get at. Like I love horror movies. Like, you know, I'm sure you guys have seen the horror movie Vanishing Point that I did a while ago, and like there's my whole library of horror movies on display behind me. But you know, I can acknowledge where like they're not always you know, the best in the practices, I guess. Whatever you want to say. You guys, you get what I mean. The old horror movies also kind of tried to imply the slut was deserving of death, whereas the chase girl usually gets away. Yeah, I mean that's another huge problem with it for sure. God, I don't know how I didn't think of that right off the top, but yeah, that is the politics of horror movies is it's a fascinating thing to think about, right? Because like you got the stuff there, and then like you've got like they'll kill the potheads, they'll do this, that, the other, and I want to say that like there's been like documentaries and papers and stuff written up about like how like Jason Voorhees is kind of a Ronald Reagan inspired slasher or something like that. Like not even necessarily intentionally, but like the people that he goes after more or less kind of fits Reagan's politics. It's been a while since I've read it, so I might even be confusing. It might have been someone else and not Reagan, but I'm pretty sure it was a Reagan situation. I don't think of any women as an object. It's just a bunch of horny males in a race. Yeah, I mean, pretty much, right? Like, I'm not saying that that you know that if you like horror movies, then you're objectifying women. Like, but like it's just a thing of like we've been talking about being more mindful in the way that you write and present the things that you write and just kind of trying to be more kind to people through that, you know, or be, you know, more imaginative or whatever, right? Like we were saying with the cursing earlier, like it takes away imagination. It's just there for filler. Like that's the same thing with a lot of the sex in horror movies. Is like that's time you could have filled with something more imaginative, right? Because in the early days of horror movies where everything's practical effects, like you get like insanely imaginative with that stuff. And like if you didn't have, you know, the horny teens hooking up with the titties all out and everything, like you could have done another kill or something, you know, something that would have lasted a bit longer in the mind of the viewer. My younger sister's getting into horror now, and I'm kind of scared that she'll feel alienated by the genre, and as she gets further into it and begins to notice the patterns in how women are often treated. Yeah, like maybe it might be a good idea to try to you know, try to make up a list of like stuff that's not as alienating, and being like, hey, like here are these things, and put those in front of her. You know, stuff that's a bit more thoughtful. Like Get Out would be one for sure. I haven't watched very many like recent horror movies, so like I can't think of anything. Just don't let her watch Reanimator yet. At some point, just not yet. I just watched that movie with Sissy over Halloween, and it was there was some uncomfortable stuff in that, like even for us as adults, just like really horny Living Dead assaulting a live woman, and it was very, very kind of strange. Which like the effects and everything in that movie are just brilliant, and like I feel like I kind of, you know, like I'll let that kind of stuff slide and like say that I still enjoy the movie because it's a brilliant movie, but like then you get stuff like that where it's just like That's kind of like that was our big problem with Dragon Ball as well, was just the way that Roshi was, consistently a pervert and everything. It's okay to critique media you enjoy. Good to do so. In fact, yeah, absolutely. It's really not a conversation that I'm looking for. I mean, you don't even have to say why you're giving her the list. You don't necessarily have to have a conversation about it. You can just put those movies in front of her and kind of push her in a specific direction, and like maybe even sprinkle in a couple of the like more tropey ones while you're there, just to be like, this is a thing that happens. If that is something that you want to have a conversation about, sprinkle some of those in there, but like make the majority of the list stuff that's not that. I had a college professor who was a woman that wrote about horror movies from a feminist perspective, and she loved them. Joe Biden wrote all horror movies. Oh no, I hope he didn't. Silence of the Lambs is a horror movie with a great female protagonist. It's been so long since I've watched that, but I fucking loved those movies. I definitely need to give it another go. There are a number of horror movies made by women currently, pretty good ones too. Maybe you'll have to give me a list, Mark, because I've not watched a lot of recent horror movies, and I feel like I need to. I think one of my things with horror movies is that like I like them to look grainy. I like them to look, like I like the practical effects. That's that is the one genre that like breaks my I try not to watch things from before I was born. Idea or whatever. It's not necessarily a rule, but because like I don't know, that stuff makes sense. It's already making you think about mortality and everything. So, doing it doesn't really watching old horror movies kind of it amps the experience. Reanimator is sick, but that scene is a bit much. Yeah, exactly. Watchmen is the greatest comic ever, but written, but there. Yeah. I never found Rush to be too offensive because it's played for laughs as he's seen as a fool, not to be emulated. I mean, I don't know how much Dragon Ball you've watched, but like in the earlier Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z, like it is way over the top, and it gets uncomfortable at times. One I definitely intend on showing her is Ready or Not. I remember hearing about it a while back. It sounds awesome. I have not heard about that one. I'll have to check that out. But yeah, let's
Terry at the beach
get through the rest of this.
Signifying it's summertime, and Hamilton Hill High.
I do not feel like Terry being at the beach signifies that it's summertime. You can go to the beach whenever you want. I mean, it would, like, I know that like beach episodes of shows like are typically summertime because like that is the most beachy time, but like you can go to the beach whenever you want, so that's up in the air. Though they do live in New York, or is it New York or New Jersey in DCAU? No, it's New York. Yeah, it is New York because it's like it's the same zip code as New York City, I believe. So maybe summertime would make the most sense because I assume other times of the year it would be too cold. But just saying the beach makes it summertime, I feel like does not hold up.
Is noticeably missing for 5 more episodes until we see it again in Out of the Past, placing the events of Return of the Joker in the summer of 2042. And now, the infamous flashback. If you haven't...
Okay. So... I don't know if that's enough to say that, I mean, I guess Plague being in, Plague being in spring of 2042 is enough for Return of the Joker to be in 2042, but not necessarily summer. What were we saying? What was the one? Untouchable, was it? No. Which one did he go to the beach in?
Untouchable, signifying it's summertime. And
Was it?
Hamilton
Wait,
Hill,
was it Untouchable?
August 11th, 2041 date. We hear spring break is over by the time of plague. We see Terry at the beach in Untouchable, signifying it's summertime. And Hamilton...
Okay, yeah, so it was Untouchable. Where was it? Untouchable, episode 39. And let's put the little note, Terry being at the beach might signify it's summer. I'm just that's what we're going with. It might be summer. No, I'm not trying to put an attachment. I keep accidentally hitting the wrong button. Bold it. Let's change the color again. It always likes to freeze up on the colors. Even Goku himself was a bit pervy. I think so. Goku's perviness, I understand. Like from the perspective of it's a writer writing a character. Like I would say that the writer definitely did some pervy stuff there that didn't need to happen. But I feel like the way that Goku's written is that like a lot of the pervy stuff that he did comes out of legitimate innocence and not understanding, not knowing any better. So I don't really hold it against Goku as a character. But like, yeah, I mean the stuff that was done like didn't need to be done to get that that character trait across, I guess. Hey, how is everything going? Did you get to read the newest issue of the new adventures recently? I assume you're talking about the Adventures Continue. We were talking about that earlier. If you're curious about the potential video for it, that's going to we're doing this one because of the weird release schedule on it, and the fact that James is kind of sick right now. I don't know if you've been in here with us or not to hear that, but we're waiting to do the video until after part 3 is released, and we're just going to do it all as one video. But yeah, we've all read it and have kind of differing opinions on it so far. I feel like right now, I kind of feel like they're undercutting Double Talk, the episode where Arnold Wesker gets well, and repeating that. Because, like, this is supposed to be a year after the new Batman Adventures. So we've seen Arnold Wesker get well and have a happy ending, and he's good to go. Even in Gotham Adventures, whenever they brought Scarface back, they were just like, well, this isn't Wesker's fault. He was hypnotized. He's still a really good guy, etc., etc., etc. But this Adventures Continue is kind of just being like, Arnold Wesker is still a villain with Scarface, but now he's better again. And it just feels like they forgot that they did that already. I'm enjoying the holiday aspect of it. The new costume for Harley was really cool looking, and I'm enjoying seeing all of the villains together. I'm liking seeing Arnold interact with this other non-villain woman that Poison Ivy introduced. There's a couple weird continuity issues that we talked about earlier with the Suicide Squad being active. just like everything else, Batman: The Adventures Continue. It's hitting me as a mixed bag, not missed bag. The whole thing just feels like a missed opportunity. It could have been a much better book. The art, at least, is phenomenal all the way throughout. But this doesn't feel like a Dini and Burnett story. As far as the quality goes, it does feel like a Dini and Burnett story in the fact that they are just recycling earlier Dini and Burnett stuff. And that's kind of a bummer. That bit stuck out to me as pretty flimsy evidence when I assume you're talking about the beach situation. New Adventures was so disappointing. Do you know that in one episode of Batman Beyond, Alan wrote a scene where Terry and Max hook up? Yeah. So Alan Burnett definitely wanted them to be to date at one point, and everybody else said no, that's a bad idea. And I'm glad they told him it was a bad idea, because that would have been weird. I like. It's not so much in that like Terry and Max dating like is a bad thing on its own, but like with the fact that Max is Dana's friend, with the fact that Max knows Terry's secret identity and is a confidant, you know, and a good friend, like it just feels like it throws out who they are as characters if you put them together. I find it interesting how they explain Penguin's old to new design change in the latest issue. No spoilers for the people who haven't read it yet. Yeah. I mean, that's not something that I ever needed explained to me, personally. And I kind of hate that they did that. Because like that's their way of trying to say this is canon, deal with it, I feel like. But it's like a lot of people's appearances changed from one to the other. Like we don't need explanations for it. It's just it's a different art style, you know. So that's just my takeaway. It just felt like they were just doing like, ooh, this is the big reveal, when like that's been like that's been a fan theory for so long, is that something happened to the Penguin and he got surgery. And like, I don't know, man, this is an official product. Write a good story. Don't give me a fan theory that's been going around the internet for 20 years. I wish you guys could interview Paul Dini or Bruce Timm for the channel. Yeah, I mean, I would love to interview either of them, but I don't. That's probably a ways down the road. We tried to contact Paul Dini to get an interview, and we started the conversation, and it was going well for a little while, and then lost communication. It was it was around the time that that Adventures Continue got announced. So I'm just guessing that maybe he had a lot of on his plate and was busy and was probably doing interviews for bigger publications. I wonder what they are planning to do afterwards with Ventriloquist. I feel that the longer something goes on, like a series, they will repeat themselves, but you are right. I think it feels like they are playing it safe. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to know what they're going to do with him, but it just kind of feels just like it's there and not like it's doing anything. Should create a new origin for Jason. Yeah, for sure. Paul said that it feels wrong for them to hook up because Max is a tomboy. That's a bad reason. I just hoped they would have focused more on certain characters to explain these changes or something instead of having it mentioned in passing. But I digress. I am distracting you from your work by talking about... Hey, I mean, we have been, chilling for 2.5 hours now and gotten through 6 minutes of an 11-minute video. So...
Hill High is noticeably
it is what it is.
5 more episodes until we see it again in Out of the Past, placing the events of Return of the Joker in the summer of 2042.
Okay, so So we have Out of the Past over here. And I said, what? Hamilton Hill High hadn't shown up for 6 episodes? Or something along those lines. And thus, this is maybe the fall semester. Which that's kind of flimsy. It's not the best evidence. And then I said Return of the Joker has to occur before this. Hold on. Actually, what was how many episodes are in between Untouchable and Out of the Past? It is... One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 episodes between Untouchable and Out of the Past. If the summer conclusion in Untouchable holds up, this could indicate the beginning of fall semester. Adventures Continue is non-canon. I mean, I would... There are parts of Adventures Continue that I want to be canon. Right? Like, I love the idea of a DCAU Deathstroke. I love the idea of a DCAU Azrael. And I love the idea of Mr. Wing being in DCAU canon. I love the idea of Straight Man being in DCAU canon. I love the idea of King Shark being in DCAU canon, even though it's just a cameo in the wilderness. But it's there's so much just bending and breaking of continuity that it just kind of doesn't feel like it would work. But that's part of why I'm doing this right now as well, is that I would love to have a DCAU timeline in which literally everything DCAU ever, everything, all of it, whether it's canon or not, is all laid out in a way that you can scroll through it and see, like, okay, so these things happen before this thing, but then this thing branches off into its own, like, pocket universe, where the history of the DCAU happened up to that point, and then the DCAU went on, but Adventures in the DC Universe is down here on another shelf doing their own thing. Kind of situation. This movie involves Wayne regaining his business, which occurs by Out of the Past. It's what? It's after King's Ransom, I think, but before Out of the Past. see, where's... Yeah, King's Ransom. Which occurs... following the events of King's Ransom. But... before... Out of the Past. And let me center that. And then we'll make that the purple. Oh, well. King's Ransom would have to be before Return of the Joker because it's where Paxton is outed from the company. Yes. Yeah, that was the point I was trying to make. Yes, absolutely. Adventures Continue is in the 2003 Teen Titans continuity. It's done. It's canon. Red X Jason Todd before Red Hood. You see, that would only make sense if Batman knew Deathstroke by the time of Adventures Continues. Let me move these further away so that I can put King's Ransom in there. I feel a lot of comics are just pick and choose what you want to absorb and can't. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. And I think that's what I think that's basically what most comic writers how they view it as well, especially since there's just so much comics and you can't, like, logically you cannot keep up with everything, so there's just stuff that's missed because this writer's over here doing this thing with this character while this other writer's over here like I was reading, I was trying to stay up with the DC Rebirth stuff for a little while there, up until the pandemic hit, and I my comic shop closed down for good, and then I didn't really have quite as much money to spend on free time activities, and like they had Catwoman simultaneously in 3 different comics in 3 different places, and it just wasn't making any sense. And it makes sense from the meta perspective of like all of the writers aren't necessarily like up to snuff with what's going on in each other's books, but in a narrative sense it just felt messy. Is that the only DCAU appearance of King Shark? So far, yes. Let's see. Mr. Wing is 100% canon. I want him to be. Teen Titans takes place inside Tim Drake's head. Oh no, that's going too far. Never existed until now. My comic shop closed down as well due to... Yeah, it fucking sucks. I was emailing back and forth with the owner, and he was trying to give me recommendations of like where to go now, but like I don't have money for it, man. Everything is canon. It's easier that way. Even Brainiac Attacks. Not Brainiac Attacks. Green Arrow Rebirth was the best comic I've read in a long time. I wasn't reading Green Arrow. So maybe I'll have to catch up on that at some point. But I was reading... I'm trying to think. I was reading Batman, Catwoman, Justice League Dark, Justice League Odyssey, Batman Beyond, Doomsday Clock, Heroes in Crisis, Old Lady Harley, which is an Elseworld thing. God, I feel like there were a couple other ones. Action Comics, Superman, what was it? Jeff Johns' Green Lantern, I think. Whoever it was that was doing, or was that Grant Morrison? I don't remember. whoever was doing like the more recent Hal Jordan Green Lantern book. There was so much. There's just so much that I was reading, and now everything is up in the air.
And now, the infamous flashback. If you haven't seen the Return of the Joker movie, first of all, why are you watching this? Second of all, go watch it right now. It's streaming on Amazon, and it's cut into pieces on the Warner Bros. YouTube. It's okay.
I wish DC Universe was around when this happened, because I hate giving Amazon any kind of which, like, Twitch is owned by Amazon, but like I hate trying to tell people to give money to Amazon.
I'll wait. Good. You done? Is this joke funny yet? In the film, we're told that
it's been almost 40 years.
So if we assume that's a range of 35 to 39 years ago, this gives us a gap of 2003 to 2007. That gap closes even further when we take it.
Okay, so Return of the Joker flashback is going to go all the way over here. Before Rebirth, and right now I'm just going to say it is almost 40 years ago. And let's get since it's a flashback and not a not its own thing. Let's see if we can get a decent image to use to signify that. Tom King's Batman was super hit or miss. It was mostly bad, but the issue with Swamp Thing is the best single issue I read in years. I more or less I enjoyed what I was reading of Tom King's Batman. I didn't really start on it until like The Road to the Wedding, or whatever you would call it. And like I can understand how some people got upset about the will they won't they side of it all. But I feel as if, like, he had always been saying that the story they were telling was like a 100-issue story, and they were only like 50 issues into it, and people were losing their minds, as if that was the end of the story. And in my head, I was just like, you know what, I'll keep going, I'll wait it out. And I enjoyed a lot of what he did from there on. I can't say that a lot of it stuck with me, because once again, I was reading so much. I was reading just tons of comics, like all at once. And when you are reading so many things at once, it is hard to keep straight, like everything that's going on, and it's hard to remember all of it. But I do remember enjoying where it was going. I never really had too much of a problem with it. But I guess I can understand where some people did, just because, they had already invested, 50 issues of a comic. That's, at $3 to $4 a piece. That's $150 to $200 that some people had thrown into this story just to be yanked around like that. So, like, I get where they're coming from in that aspect, but the story wasn't done, and so it doesn't bug me the way that it may have others. But almost everything I've read from Tom King I've enjoyed, and people were always talking trash on it, right? Like I really liked Heroes in Crisis, like, and a lot of the feedback that I saw online was people just absolutely hating it. But as far as best single issue in a while, I think maybe my favorite was the Justice League Dark Annual. That had some really interesting stuff going on. Tom King, CIA agent. Yeah. that's something I try to keep in mind while reading Tom King stuff as well. But I do think that he has a very interesting perspective. I like some of King's stuff, but not most of his Batman stuff. The best Tom King Batman thing was the Superman crossover. Do yourself a favor and read issue 23. I do wanna go back and read the whole run at some point. So I will keep that in mind. The best way I can describe Tom King work. Talk about father issues. Paul and Alan should have not wasted a good comic. They should have showed what happened to Baby Doll. That could have been interesting. That was another thing. Okay, so that's another thing that kind of bugged me about this most recent issue of Adventures Continues, is that Baby Doll says that her driver's license says she is 32. But in Baby Doll, the Batman the Animated Series episode, it stated that she is 30 years old. It stated she was 20 years old when they filmed the end of Love That Baby, the sitcom she was a part of, and it said that it started 20 years ago, and she would be about 30 now. So essentially, if it started 20 years ago and she was 20 by the time they ended it, she would have been, and she's about 30 now, like, then it would have been like a show that ran for like 10 years or so. And so she would have been 10 when it started. She would have been 30. Not about 30. She would have been 30. I think they said about 30 because the episode revolves around her birthday. So, like, she would have been 29 turning 30. But the thing is, Dini in this comic has opened up the Lost Years to be 4 years instead of 3 years. And we can make it work wiggling around some stuff with the Lost Years comic. That's fine. That's whatever. But the Lost Years is now 4 years. So she was 30 in Batman the Animated Series. Then she would be 34 by the start of the new Batman adventures. But then we add another year because Robin says he's been Robin for a year. So she would be 35. And she's saying, my license says I'm 32. So, like, I don't know, man. If you're gonna do stuff like this, just double check. Just double check. Just make sure, right? Like, if you're gonna make that quip, either, like, err on the side of caution and say she's even older, or just double check, or just don't even make that specific quip. Like, it's just frustrating. I still feel Batman vs. Elmer Fudd was one of the best things Tom has written. I didn't realize that was Tom King. I picked that up whenever I had gone in, because I was reading Batman Beyond from the start, but I wasn't really reading anything else. So I picked that up as just a one-off because I was interested in it, but I haven't read it since whenever it first came out, so I'll have to revisit it. Technically, Bob Kane is the co-creator of Batman. Bill Finger made the origin for Batman and improved Batman. Yes, Bill Finger is the real Batman creator. Yes. Heroes in Crisis was a large disappointment for me, not helped by all the Titans that got killed in it. I find the concept of the Sanctuary really cool, but not used to its fullest potential. Yeah, so, like, I think maybe the reason that it worked for me but didn't work for other people is because, once again, because of the investment in these worlds and characters and everything that those people already had, right? Like, I do not care that they killed these characters in the sense of, oh my god, these characters are never, like, this is the end of their story, right? Like it doesn't bug me in that way that it could other people. And having kind of started reading comics consistently around that time is a lot fresher for me. I didn't have the baggage of the history of any of these people, and it was really fascinating for me to basically read, a mini series about all of these heroes and some villains, like dealing with their anxiety, with their PTSD, with their depression, with all of this stuff. And like, had I, had a large attachment to those characters and been dealing with the deaths of them in the way that other people were, I could see that maybe I'd be a little disappointed as well. But it just wasn't a thing that bugged me. I forgot what I said about Heroes in Crisis to my mutual when we read it, but it felt like a lot of unnecessary drama that absolved the real issues they could have focused on, like PTSD. I felt like they did really focus on that, but I don't know. Maybe just different interpretations of the same material. Okay, so we got the Return of the Joker flashback is almost 40 years ago, and that is let me see. Let me just put the dialogue from the film indicates these events were almost 40 years ago. And let's center that, and then let's click the video back. We're gonna get through this.
Were known in fall of 2003 as per our research on Batman and Harley Quinn. And even further when we account that in 2005 Dwayne McDuffie stated, "It hasn't happened yet. I'd be surprised if our present ever caught up with Return of the Joker. I'm confident that the Joker will recover from his drubbing at Ace's hands and bedevil Batman many more times before that final battle." Which places it after spring 2004, which once again is when we've concluded Justice League Unlimited's final season occurs. From there we can narrow it down further, but not by much. In the miniseries Batman, Harley, and Ivy, we get a clue that Harley was still active in May 2004. While it may not have been original intent for this series to occur after JLU, no
I don't think I'm going to put the Harley and Ivy stuff right now.
Round and then vertical numbered date. If we assume it's in the early 90s, it wouldn't make sense with the multiple nods to the new Batman Adventures era designs, which may canonically still be in use at the time of Justice League. More on that later. And in 2001, Arkham was out of order, so the series doesn't fit there either. The 2004 placement is further cemented by the publication date, as well as Harley replacing George Bush as Time's Person of the Year, since we've already established he likely never became president in this universe. Towards the end of the series, we get a flash forward to the Oscars, which occurred in February in 2005. So the film's flashback must occur after that.
Yeah, I'm not going to put any of that stuff.
I know what you're thinking. If Tim Drake becomes Robin during the new Batman Adventures in 1999, and his official bio states he's
I don't think anybody was thinking that
how does he still
until I brought it up.
At least 6 years later? To which I say, how are you thinking the same exact thing I wrote in my script? Are you in my apartment? I mean, James' basement? Are you standing right behind me right now? But yes, that Robin thing hasn't gone unnoticed, and it only gets weirder. Remember when I said epilogue supposedly occurs?
I feel like some of my jokes are just way too cringy sometimes. That one wasn't that good.
Maybe you dug up some of that old Cadmus nanotech. Used it to have my genes rewritten to match yours.
That technology's been illegal for over 40 years.
Didn't stop the Joker from using it on Tim Drake.
I hate that line so much. Right? Like, why would you say that? Why would you push Batman Beyond further in the future, right? Instead of 40 years, make it 50 years, and then say that the Tim Drake brainwashing was within the last 40 years. Like, that's part of why, like, the 65 years from now has always felt so tacked on to me at the last second. Like, because on top of the TV guide synopsis, the official synopsis that came out that said it was 50 years in the future, it's like, it just does not add up. we're 15 years after Batman Beyond, where we already heard it was almost 40 years ago. So you should say at least 50 years.
Now, while
It's
in
just
all
frustrating.
technicality, 2005 to 2007 is over 40 years ago from 2068, wouldn't over 60 years ago have made more sense? Or if we're placing the epilogue in 2054 due to Dana and Terry dating for 15 years since Rebirth, maybe over 50 years ago? In one fell swoop, one of the greatest episodes of the DCAU goofed the timeline up to make Tim Drake as old as 41 by the time of the Joker's demise. So
And that on that, that's another thing that I want to say real quick is like, I know that a lot of what we do is based on continuity and timelines and canonicity and stuff like that. But these mistakes exist even in the most canon of canon things. And so every now and then people come into the comments and they're just, they say more or less that the reason they don't like a thing is because it doesn't fit canon. Like, that does not matter. That only matters in the sense of like having fun and trying to pin this stuff down, you know. But like, as far as a storytelling device, continuity errors don't really fucking matter. Like, unless it's just an on its face obvious thing from like one episode to the next that they're just like, oh, we built our character up to be like this the last episode and now we're just, that's not the thing, right? Like 9 times out of 10 a continuity error does not make something bad.
what does this mean for the timeline then, you may be asking yourself? Well, I've been asking myself the same thing. You see, while being billed as 40 years in the future in promotional material such as the guidebook and other official sources, as well as a couple mentions throughout the shows,
no big surprise considering you just hopscotched over 40 years.
There's always been conflicting evidence.
Take a good look, Doctor. I've been like this for nearly 50 years.
You've traveled about 50 years into your future.
That 50 years from Mr. Freeze, in my head, I think that it's more or less not in regard to his being a head in a jar, but being what you call it, immortal, right? Because he says I've been like this for 50 years, and immortal, or like it's literally part of the sentence, and they make the point all the way back in Batman the Animated Series. Oh Jesus, why did it just take me off of the? Why did it put it all the way down here? Like they made the point all the way back in Batman the Animated Series that like Mr. Freeze is an immortal, and this is before he became the head in the jar. There were a couple things that I do want to grab really quick. Let's see. Let me catch up with y'all real quick. Let's see. Yeah, I'll agree with Connor that that Bob Kane does suck. If you could like yes, his ego got in the way, but that doesn't make him not suck, right? If you are allowing your ego to undercut treating your your co-conspirators, whether it's a friend or someone you're working with or someone you're in a relationship, if your ego is leading you to treat them in an exploitative way, that's not an excuse. It's a thing that happened, but it's not an excuse. It's pretty shitty. You know, like I'm not as fresh up on the Bob Kane and Bill Finger thing, but I did watch the documentary on it that came out a couple years ago, whenever that first came out, and just the way that whole situation went down is fucking awful. So I will put. Do I have? I don't think that there were title cards on Static Shock, so I've got this image for Future Shock. Though I guess technically this will have to be a different color because it's a Static Shock episode. So I'm gonna go with the purple and yellow that they use in their stuff. So, Greg, I feel like you've mentioned before in the chat that you're a bit on the younger side. So maybe the way that you're looking at the Bob Kane and Bill Finger thing is just out of a place of ignorance, and I'm not saying that as a way of like discrediting you or anything, right? Because being ignorant isn't a bad thing. It just means that you don't have information that other people have. And asking Connor, like, you know, imagine yourself in Bob's position. Would you credit Bill if you wanted money bad? Like, that doesn't make it okay. That doesn't make what Bob did any less sucky. Like asking, would you do this bad thing if you had bad motives? Is not a way of clearing you doing that bad thing. Like, you know, to take it to the extreme, like, you could say fucking like, well, put yourself in Hitler's position. Wouldn't you kill the Jews if you wanted them all dead? You know, that doesn't make what Hitler did any less bad. You know, it's just saying, if you had the same bad motives of you know, somebody else, would you do the bad thing? And it's like, yes, if I had bad motives, I would do the bad thing. But here's the thing, right? Is I've mentioned throughout this stream multiple times that I am not in the best of financial states right now, right? And when we do the accounting for the Watchtower Database, whenever we get our payouts from YouTube and everything, I'm in charge of all of the math on that. All of the math. Every single, like, going through our spreadsheet and seeing like what the view counts are on videos that Ted presented, that I presented, that James presented, so that we can kind of game out what percentage of the money we get based on that, because that's how we do it. Is we look at the view counts and we do multiplication off of that, because the money we get is from ads, and so it logically follows that the more views a video has, the more ads it ran, etc., 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 etc. So here I am in a position where I want money, I need money, and I could theoretically fuck over James and Ted and get some more money, right? Like, not in a huge way. Not in a huge way, because obviously, if for some reason the amount of money I was getting just seemed weird, like if I said, if we got like a $600 payment and I said, oh yeah, I get $500 and James gets 75 and Ted gets 25. Like, obviously, like that would be like, huh, hold on, that doesn't sound right. But like, I could fudge the numbers and give myself an extra $30, $40 here and there. But I don't, because that's a bad thing. So me wanting money and needing money does not make it less sucky if I fuck over the people that I work with. It just doesn't. And that's what Bob Kane did. Was he wanted money, and so he fucked over somebody and exploited their work and took it as his own. And did not deserve that money, did not deserve that fame. He got all of that from doing nothing of his own except exploiting Bill Finger, and that's not a good way to live your life, and that's not something that should be defended. You know. It's not. I'm just saying there are people who do a lot worse. If I was Bill, I would have pressed charges like Hartman. Anyone would kill for me. I mean, see, but that isn't what you were saying though, right? You weren't saying there are people who do worse. That hadn't come up until just now. What you were saying was that he wasn't sucky and that his bad actions were excusable because of his bad motives. And like I understand that there are people who do worse things, but one of the things that that I believe is really important is to not exploit people, you know, at all. Period. We need an economic system where people aren't exploited and they are paid for the work that they do. You know, like sure, Bob Kane didn't hurt millions and millions and millions of people. But he very deeply hurt Bill Finger and Bill Finger's family, you know, and just because there are people who are doing worse things does not make him make what he did excusable by any means. James isn't watching right. No, I don't think he is. I think he went to bed already. There's a bit more to it than that. Just because others have done worse isn't really an excuse. I don't think anyone is suggesting others haven't done worse. Yeah, I mean, like I said, from what I understand, if I'm remembering correctly, Greg has identified that they are a bit on the younger side. So, like, I'm not trying to say any of this as a way of making you feel bad for saying the things that you're saying. But it is, you know, part of what I do as a content creator and you know, having a community with all of you is we've got to you know, if I'm seeing something where I can step in and be like, wait, hold on, if you keep, like, you know, with this train of thought the rest of your life, you're setting yourself up to be harmful in the future. Like, I've got to step in and kind of like show you why that's, you know, why that's not okay. You know, like it's not anything against you, Greg. It's just that I'm hoping that that in time, whether it makes sense to you now or not, that in time that it does make sense to you. Let's let's see. So in Future Shock, Bruce Wayne says static hopscotched over 40 years. Not over 50 years, over 40 years. The episode makes reference to the Justice League and Tim Drake, indicating it's on the tail end of Batman Beyond. There are always people who do worse. That doesn't illegitimize the less bad thing that people do. Yes. I feel Mattie is walking a fine line throughout this stream to not play his hand on his beliefs in politics while at the same time settling the mini debates going on between us all in the chat. No, I mean, I don't know if you follow me on Twitter at all, Andrew, but I am very open with my politics. My politics, like I don't want to necessarily put a label on it. I'm sure that maybe most people would identify it as some offshoot of socialism, whether it's democratic socialist or social democrat or whatever have you. I was gonna vote for Bernie, but more or less the way that I see politics is doing the most good, right? Like we need a system that looks out for everybody. And I don't see that from either political party right now. I see one side who obviously wants to do evil, and another side who is too caught up in decorum and just not being the evil one, but also not doing, like, they're not going out of their way to do the good things. They're spending so much of the time being like, you gotta vote for us or else the evil wins. And it's like, okay, well, can you please give us a bigger stimulus check than $600? No! But if you don't vote for us, the evil wins. Like, it's nobody's really looking out for us the way that they should in Washington. And Bernie was a chance to break out of that, but there was a lot of backroom dealing that made that not happen, and it's still upsetting. I mean, I've got my right behind the camera, so you can't see it now. It was very visible in our what was it, the Minions timeline that we did earlier for April Fools. But I got this right behind my camera. The Bernie NWA, or not NWA, Public Enemy, Fight the Power. So I'm very open about who I am, probably more so than a lot of other YouTubers. But it's when you've been poor your whole life. It's I don't know. I don't know anything different.
Mentions throughout the shows.
No big surprise, considering you just hopscotched over 40 years.
There's always been
Okay, what was this website? Because that website has.
You just hopscotched over 40 years.
That website has the 50 years thing. I feel like that was from the Batman Beyond website. But maybe earlier than Return of the Joker. And when I say, like, when you've been poor, you don't really know it any other way. It's like, I've, haven't been able to, afford the Affordable Care Act. Or like, I've been homeless. I've been on food stamps. I just signed up for food stamps again because of the situation that I'm in with the unemployment office, you know, like, and I still feel like, despite how, you know, how cruddy my situation is, more or less, that there are people out there who have it so much worse than me. And it's through no fault of their own, you know, right? Like, I mean, I know people can have it worse because of their fault, but like more often than not, it's not their fault, right? Especially in this time where so many businesses shut down, where we're being yanked back and forth by our government officials telling us, you know, to stay home, but also trying to force us to get back to work by not giving us money to stay home, by not putting rent freezes into place, by not, you know, making the vaccine free, right? They're doing their thing where they're like, yes, you get the vaccine for free, but then you look at the fine print and it's just like the hospitals can still you know, charge administrative costs, which God knows what that is. And if you are living on a shoestring budget, if you are, you know, out of a job and can't afford to pay your rent and can't afford to buy groceries for your family and everything, how are you going to pay an administrative fee of what, $50 or whatever it may be to get the vaccine? Like, our government's just not looking out for us, and it needs to. And it's so much easier to, like, when you are well off and you're not you know, you're not dealing with which I'm not saying that as a way of saying like maybe any of you are well off. I don't know your financial status, and I don't need to, but like, the more well off you are, the less you have to struggle, the less you see this, you know, like there are so many people who are fine with Joe Biden just on account of he's not Trump, but even like the man was talking about what, right before this pandemic or right towards the start of it, was talking about that if Medicare for All got through Congress, which essentially is a plan where the government pays everybody's health bills through you know, through the taxes and everything. He said if Medicare for All got through Congress, he would veto it. You know, and people are fine with him just on the basis of him not being Trump. But like, when we are in the state we are, like, not even just as me personally, but as a country where you know, like I said, people are living on a razor's edge trying to get by, and like in the middle of a huge public health crisis. It's just insane that we have leaders who are so just blatantly saying that, and that we have a news media that propagandizes people to believe that that's okay when it's not. But yeah, let me see, what are y'all saying? Yes, I know. I mean, the idea that money is so important that it's worth screwing over other people to get it is so damn dangerous. And it deeply saddens me that our culture normalizes and encourages that mindset and annoys. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, what Mark said. Bob didn't just get credit a lot for decades. He got credited exclusively. Yes, that is the big problem. I don't know if America will ever break out of the two-party system rut. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they will, and even if they do, I don't know. I don't know for how long. right? So I was talking. I like to vote strategically, because more or less, I don't typically end up living in a swing state, right? Like I lived in Georgia in 2016. Oh Jesus, that's loud. How do I? Oh my God, that's so loud. Hold on, let me pull that up on here so I can mute the tab. Oh, it does it. Okay. Well, I mean, I lived in Georgia in 2016, which is, was at the time a safe red state. It flipped blue this year, but at the time it was a safe red state. So I voted for Jill Stein because me voting for Hillary in a safe red state, it wouldn't have really done much of anything. But this year, I looked at even deeper than that. I'm living in a blue state. I'm living in Washington. Had I lived in a swing state, I would have voted for Biden, despite the fact that I largely disagree with his platform. Or not his platform, but there's a lot of good stuff in his platform. But the way that he presents himself, I do not believe that he will follow through on the majority of it. As well as there's a lot of harmful shit in there as well. But I would have voted for him had I lived in a swing state. However, I don't. I live in Washington now, a blue state. And I know that instinctively I would have, I was thinking about voting green again because, the third party thing. And they are the third party that more represents my views. But this time I was thinking about it in a strategic fashion, more so than I was in 2016. And I looked at it and I said, you know what? The Greens are polling around 2%. And the Libertarians are polling around 4%. And it's you need to hit 5% of the popular vote to get federal funding. So I thought to myself, my vote would be better spent on the Libertarian candidate because a third party would be, easier to transform from the inside than one of the major two. But B, if that were to fail, if they were to get the federal funding that they would need to become a more politically viable party, but they didn't want to, move to the left on issues or whatever, who do you think the Libertarian Party is going to be funneling votes from? They're going to be funneling votes from the Republican Party. So if the Republican Party were to schism into a viable libertarian third party, then that safe wins for Democrats for years to come. And hopefully would lead to a better system because they can't really lean back on you gotta vote for us or else the evil one gets in. If they would start being, well, fuck, we gotta give them policies because the evil one's broken into two, and they're not going to get in. And so I brought that train of thought up to my sister and her husband, and I was just like, hey, can you see any reason why this doesn't make sense from a strategic standpoint? And their response was more or less, it's a good idea, but it wouldn't work for long because the Republicans would, before the Libertarians become viable, they would just adopt whatever the fuck they need to from the Libertarian platform to keep the voters, and then the Libertarians would, just diminish back. So I don't think that the third party, I will, so long as I live in safe states, I will probably continue to vote third party, but I don't think that in the long run, a viable third party is going to come about as a result of that line of thinking, if that makes sense. Let's see. It wasn't just a matter of shared credit. I'm finally getting a Bernie shirt for Christmas. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Respect to you for that. I'm not sure which part you're sending respect for, but I appreciate it, Keanu. Bill only begun to get some real credit. It was okay. That's still the Bill and Bob stuff. Green Arrow said Medicare for all. The only hope is for China to institute communism. They're beholden to the insurance. Man, could you imagine if the Republicans were right and Joe Biden was just a Chinese communist plant? I hear you, Mattie. I haven't been much on Twitter recently, but I've gleaned bits and pieces of your stances over the years, and I know you wear your heart on your sleeve. I just meant you were trying to not too greatly take sides in the back and forth in the chat and keep things. Well, yeah, because okay, so the thing is, like, people do have shitty opinions a lot of the time, and I will go after people for shitty opinions, right? But if I can talk to you and like have a legitimate conversation with you, and you're willing to listen and maybe learn something from it, like, then why not do that instead of dunking on you, you know? Right? Like I'll dunk on Ben Shapiro all day long, because Ben Shapiro not only has shitty opinions, but he is a harmful person who is in the spotlight, peddling his bullshit to millions and millions of people a day, and fuck him. You know, there's no getting him to turn his mind around, because his money stream very much depends on him being a shitty person. However, I anticipate that that's not the case for the majority of you in the chat, right? I anticipate that more of you are you know, either you're younger or you are closer, I guess, in a financial situation to where I am than to where Ben Shapiro is. And even if you are closer to where Ben Shapiro is, I will assume that you're not making that money by peddling shitty takes and then coming to hang out with me on Twitch. You know, like so I would much rather try to have a conversation and try to express why I think the way that I think and why I think what you're saying is wrong, then I'm much more comfortable with that than just saying you're a dumbass, get the fuck out of here. Like, I mean, if you come in here saying you know, some slurs or whatever, I'll do that. I'll kick you. You're out the door. But if it's just because you have a fundamental misunderstanding of a situation and you're clearly able to be talked to like a normal human being, then I'm willing to have the conversation. Seeing the Prime Minister of New Zealand promise that everyone would get the vaccine for free was incredible. It's amazing to see an actual progressive government prosper, and I hope to God that the US and UK's leftist representatives use them as an example of why a progressive agenda is both the morally and strategically correct move. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. It's sad to say, but creators you've looked up to for years, and they have done fucked up shit, is sad. I used to like Butch Hartman, but not anymore. I don't know much about the Butch Hartman drama. I've seen it mentioned a couple times in this chat. I don't really know much about it. I just know Axis seemed like a silly thing. I really wish I could insert that panel of Green Arrow saying filthy capitalistic bills in this chat. Dunking on Shapiro is a requirement. Yes. Make no mistake, though, guys. Mattie will shut down bigoted bullshit in a heartbeat. I don't think I'll ever forget how he eviscerated that Nazi guy in Political Spoilers a while back. No racism by S-tier Mattie mode. Oh, God, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm super quick to, like, cut off shit that, like, it's obvious that you're not willing to have a conversation about, you know, like, that's not on your terms, right? But if you're willing to sit back and listen and kind of understand where I'm coming from, I'm willing to listen and try to understand where you're coming from, and we can work out the differences from there. But where was I? I was trying to figure out this website that said almost 50 years into the future. We're so close to the end of this this video, and there was just like a bunch of things all at once, and then we got onto politics. He didn't pay someone who did animations for. Oh, that's a bummer. I will say, like, in some regards, I feel like there's a line. This was the one that was very loud. There we go. Mute tab. I will say in some regards that I do think there's a line in stuff like that, but I think Butch Hartman's well on the other side of the line for not paying people, right? Like, whenever I've contacted someone for like voices for a YouTube video, like, we're not paying them for that. It's more or less that, like, they're kind enough to be like, yeah, I'll be a part of your video, or they see it as, you know, an opportunity to get their channel name out there and you know, reap benefits from that. But, like, you know, whenever we had the Surfs on or Creationist Cat, like, we didn't say, hey, we'll give you $20 for that. I will say, though, on that subject, Jay's reviews is really nice. I think the one time, like, one or two times that I was on his thing, he was just like, hey, let me give you, you know, $10-20 to be part of this. And I was just like, no, you don't have, what? You don't have to do that. Like, no. Just because, like, I don't know. I guess I kind of view the YouTube culture more or less as I guess being pals or at least colleagues rather than you know hiring someone for work, right? Because it's like, it's a thing where, like, if I couldn't get anyone to do Paul Dini quotes or Bruce Timm quotes, like, I could read the Paul Dini and Bruce Timm quotes. Like, I just want to give other people an opportunity to cross the streams a bit. Do you have a Discord channel? Yes, we do. We do have a Discord. Hold on. Let me drop the invite link. Invite copied. Oh, I just exited the Twitch on my phone. Hold on. There it is. There it is. Paste. And okay, so this is not the Batman Beyond website that I was looking for. This is a different one. Yeah, this is a completely different one. So I guess that's just something I will have to find later. But I will say, I know the next thing that came up was the 50 years from now, whenever now is, from Bruce Timm on the anime superhero the anime superhero forums, where Bruce Timm shows up from time to time. I had a very small conversation with him on there at one point. Just gave him a heads up that that there was someone on Instagram pretending to be him, and he was thankful that I brought it to his attention and got his agent to take care of it. Okay, well, this is not that thread. This is a thread where they're talking about that thread. He also ripped people off with Oaxis and will not give people refunds because it was going to not promote LGBTQ. He doesn't. Yeah. Butch is a pretty strictly Christian guy. So I can see that he wouldn't do that, especially since Oaxis was kind of, from what I remember, it was kind of being advertised as a Christian thing. Like they were like, it's a family thing, but they my memory, if it serves correct, like I want to say there was some like, yeah, we're gonna be Christian in there. So I could, see that he wouldn't do that. Not that it makes it right, but it does make it kind of funny to me that people would expect that he would, Where, maybe, hold on. Let me let the video roll a little bit further, so I can get the actual quote.
Always been conflicting evidence.
Take a good look, Doctor.
Oh no. I did not mean to rewind all the way. I think that once this video's over, we'll go ahead and call it for tonight. We've been going 3.5 hours now. And I'm glad, that we've had
I've been like this for nearly 50 years.
I'm glad that you all have stuck around the whole time. I did not anticipate being stuck on this video for 3.5 hours, and I was kind of hoping that we would get much further in. But that's part of the live experience, is that I'm chatting with y'all. We're and that's just gonna slow down the actual timelining process. But I'm not complaining about it, right? Because we're all having a fun time. Peanuts time, Dick Tracy time, anime superhero. Did Bruce Timm delete his account or something? Like, none of it, it's just not showing up. Excuse me. Axis was a big bait and switch. He first announced it as a general family thing, but then eased into announcing it as a Christian thing. Okay, gotcha. So I'm kind of, I guess, what is the world? I'm kind of conflating multiple pieces of the puzzle as one single piece. No, that's not what I was looking for either. As part of his church's beliefs, it states that Jesus will come back if 7 metaphorical mountains are taken over by Jesus. One was, oh, that's kind of that's getting kind of weird. Like I have no issue with people being religious, but it's not for me. I mean, I grew like a, obviously, based on the things I've been saying about, my upbringing. I'm sure you can, come to realize that I was raised in a Christian household. And so, like, I get that people believe that stuff, and it doesn't make much sense to me. But when you get to the point where you're adding even more stuff into it, this 7 metaphorical mountains, with media being one, like media, they didn't even have a fucking printing press when Jesus was around. So like, what are you? That doesn't make sense, man. Like, they were writing these scriptures down on papyrus and hand doing it, and not necessarily papyrus, but you get the general you get the gist of what I'm trying to say. Like, it just when you're adding in stuff like that, it just gets crazy. But I mean, he's not the only one to do it. Well, how have I lost the Bruce Timm Peanuts time quote? That's all right. I'll just put notes to add in this quote and that other Batman Beyond website at some point in the future. I'll probably try to like fill in all of these things over the next week while I'm not streaming. That way, whenever we pick it back up, it'll be. Oh, hold on. I got multiple things selected, so that it'll make a lot of deselect all. But yeah, I'll try to clean all this up over the next week, so that we're starting at a better spot, starting at a better to look at spot. Bruce Timm insists Batman Beyond has always been 50 years from now. See Peanuts time. Post. And then add one more. One Batman Beyond website said it was 50 years in the future. Let's see. I'm not even going to get into how his wife thinks they can cure autism. Oh no. Oh no. Oh God. Oh my God. What? You don't have to get into that at all. I did not know that was a thing. But like, what in the fuck, man? I mean, like, religious people think that like anything can be cured through prayer, and that like if it doesn't happen, like, that's just God's will. And I don't know. I feel like that's a sad way to live your life, right? Because it kind of takes agency out of anything that you ever do, right? Because like any accomplishments that you make, no, that's God now. Or any time like anything fucks up, it's just like, I guess that's what God wanted for me, and it neutralizes you from realizing that there are reasons that bad things happen, and it also takes away from your sense of accomplishment when you do good things, and it just kind of leaves you in a point of stasis, right, where it's just like, well, life isn't something I participate in, it's something that happens to me. And it's just, I don't know, man. That's just not a way I can live. I'm Christian. He claims he is. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've got nothing. Like, I don't have any disdain for religious people, right? I just have a disdain for when it gets harmful, and it can get harmful. It doesn't matter what religion, any of them can get harmful, and even, you know, even being non-religious can be harmful. It all depends on like how you treat people, I guess is what it comes down to. And a lot of the times, just religious dogma kind of gives you reason not to really consider how you treat people, because of, like I said, you know, the if God, things only happen because it's God's will kind of situation, kind of neutralizes life. Remember when some YouTube commenters got mad at you for wearing a Bad Religion shirt in a video? Oh Jesus, that was a whole fucking thing. Yeah. James is kind of upset about that, and like has kind of like not necessary. So whenever Watchtower Database started, we had this one guy that James had been friends with via forums and everything, but like the dude had you know, slanted, much more conservative, much more religious, and like consistently was trying to shove that down James. So, like, it would go from like a discussion about Batman to being like, you're just an evil lefty and I hate you, blah 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 blah. So like, we've tried to steer clear of like being overtly having a stance on anything like that, just in our content, because that guy was unhinged and like was just consistently badgering us about stuff like that, and it was just more drama than it was worth. But once we got to a point where it was just like, we could just fucking not respond to that guy, and you know, like just fucking cut him out, block him, and not deal with it. Like, what are other people going to like we're as much as I love the community that we have created, you know, we have like almost 65,000 subscribers, right? 64.4K subscribers. We don't have this relationship with all 64.4 thousand of them. And if somebody doesn't like that I wear a Bernie Sanders shirt or a Bad Religion shirt, whatever. Like, I'm not losing sleep over it. Like, y'all deal with yourself. Like, it never even dawned on me that wearing a Bad Religion shirt could be a thing that like people would be offended by, because that's a band that's been around for like 40 years. Like, I learned about them because of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, right? Like, that's one of the biggest game franchises of all time. It just, in my head, I was just like, okay, this is just a thing that people know exists, and then people just got angry about it. And I'm glad that we're not having to necessarily like skirt around things just because people are being stockish-y. That guy, like, not too long ago, I guess maybe last year, fucking like went back through my Instagram feed and saw a photo of me wearing a shirt that my brother bought that was a joke shirt from BoJack Horseman, the one with the balloon that says it's a boy but they cross out the Y and it says it's aborted, and like the whole thing's just like a pop culture reference. It's a joke. Like it's not anything. And he went back through my Instagram feed months and months to find that and was like leaving all these hateful comments on it. Like, this is way after we cut him out. And it's just like, all right, man, you're getting to the point where you're fucking like creepy. Like, I'm halfway expecting you to just show up at my house one day and like try to murder me. Like, I need to like lock everything down so you can't get in here. And I'm just glad that like whenever we have other people who have disagreements with like whatever I'm wearing, whether it's a Bad Religion shirt or a Bernie Sanders shirt or whatever, it ends with a YouTube comment. I don't have to worry about them coming to burn my house down.
I need a phone charger. My phone's at like 2%.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me I have to hand Sissy this phone charger real quick.
Thank you. You're the best.
There you go. Love you.
Love you too.
I love his cartoons for what they are, but he doesn't understand the fan base. He's also a fan of Bruce Timm. The church he has a partnership with thinks gays can be turned straight just because they are Christian. That's unfortunate. Oh, hey, Rob's here. Rob, you're coming in at the tail end. We got a minute and 20 seconds left of this video, and then we're calling it after that, mostly so I can get high and play video games and maybe eat a brownie. But I'm glad you're here. We've been trying to build a visual timeline going back off of that video. I'm trying to do Batman Beyond first. This is what we've got so far. A lot of the stuff that needs screen grabs, my streaming services don't work as well when I am actively streaming, so I'm not able to get those screen grabs, but we'll put all those in later after the fact, and hopefully next week we'll be off of the video and we can like start putting in new stuff. But I'm glad you're here nonetheless, Rob. Everyone will be offended by anything. If you wore a chicken on your head during one of your videos, someone is going... Exactly, and that's why I try not to let it worry me too much. Bedtime for me, good luck. I hope things get better. Keep making amazing content, and hopefully we all build a community that is cool with everything. All right, we'll see you later, Steequel. Thank you for sticking around. I guess someone didn't tell them what they put in chicken feed. Rob and Sissy are saying hey to each other. I see it as people have their own opinions, and I have mine. Yeah, I mean we're all open to our own opinions, right? But one of the things is that like once you have reach and influence over other people, like you got to make sure that the opinions that you have and that you're putting out in the world aren't actively harmful to others. If that makes sense, it's something that most of us don't really have to think about, and it's something that like I didn't really start thinking about as much until we started growing a YouTube audience, and it's like, oh, like fucking 60,000 people I've never met at least know of me or know the me that I'm putting out into the world. So like I gotta be I've got to try to not be harmful with the things that I say. And that's probably part of why you get all of the ums and because like sometimes when people are talking about subjects that I don't know a lot about, like I just gotta admit I don't know. I can't have a meaningful discussion on some things because if I just talk about them without knowing much about them, I could be saying something that's harmful. and passing that opinion on to other people. And with someone like Butch Hartman or you know, even more famously recently J.K. Rowling, like that's where the big upset comes from, is that these people have very large audiences that they are pushing their harmful views towards. And like, you know, like most of us are adults, like we can see, like we can say, oh, I like Harry Potter. I enjoyed the Harry Potter books. Sissy and I just played all of the Lego Harry Potter games, you know, had a fun time with that. But J.K. Rowling having the opinions that she has on trans people, like, don't just, like, it doesn't just betray the trans people who grow up on her work and saw it as a tale of liberation, as a tale of someone who was spending their life hiding the true them, not realizing what the true them was, being told by the world around them to suppress that true them, you know, and the story basically being, no, embrace who you are. You know, the not only does her opinions on this stuff like betray that sect of her readership, but it actively normalizes those crappy opinions, right? Like people will see that and someone will tell them, oh, you know, you're transphobic for you know, like because of these things going on with the way that you're approaching trans people. And those people can then say, what do you mean I'm transphobic? J.K. Rowling's fucking, like, J.K. Rowling's saying the same things. What do you mean? You know, or it could, since J.K. Rowling's audience, you know, while obviously many of us have grown into adulthood, her books are still for children. And if these books for children are being read by children still, then her audience is still going to have a lot of children in it, and it normalizes those views to impressionable children and causes harm, right? So, like, I'm fine with people having their opinions, but when you are in a place where you have an audience like that, you need to be sure that the opinions that you're sharing just aren't harmful, right? And that's more or less what I'm trying to get at. It gives people a scapegoat for their ignorance. Yes, exactly. Let's see, where was I? I was showing Rob the timeline so far. Let's see. Let's finish this off.
Look, Doctor, I've been like this for nearly 50 years.
You've traveled about 50 years into your future.
So I guess really it all comes down to how you want to interpret all the information we're given. In your head, does it make more sense for the 40 years later timeline of Terry becoming Batman in 2039, Joker returning in 2042, and the events of Epilogue occurring 15 years after Rebirth in 2054? Or do you...
Okay, so also that guy that I was talking about, the stalkery guy, was like always trying to get into heated timeline debates with us, just over the dumbest shit. Just always over the dumbest shit. And like I could provide, like, here's the stuff from on screen, and here's the stuff from, you know, Bruce Timm, and here's the stuff from Paul Dini, and hey, here's this tie-in thing that the writer of this episode wrote that it further explains the history of that episode. And he'd be like, you're using tie-in material, so no, it's not canon. No, your entire argument is wrong, and no. And like he would just constantly just be I'm right and you're wrong, and everything that you're saying is wrong, and why are you getting so worked up to write up 7 paragraphs to explain your argument when you're wrong, kind of thing. He's a big Ben Shapiro fan. Big Ben Shapiro fan. So like the does this make more sense to you thing in here was kind of to hedge our bets with like, all right, man, we don't want an angry email.
Do you prefer Bruce Timm's statement of the Batman Beyond world is always 50 years from now, whenever now is?
Bro, if you think about these things too much, your head will explode.
I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments down below. Whether or not you've subscribed, donated to the Patreon.
Okay, and then everything else is just okay. So we've made it through the video. Awesome. All right, I'm gonna try to get through your last couple messages, and then I'll hop off for the night. It's been almost 4 hours. It's been awesome hanging out with y'all. Hopefully we can do these every weekend, and kind of grow this from there. If y'all don't normally follow us on Twitch, I didn't get any new follower sounds or anything, but if y'all don't normally pop into these things on Twitch, just to let y'all know, the typical schedule is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at noon Pacific time. On Tuesdays, James is reading DCAU tie-in comics. Typically, he's been going through Justice League Adventures. I don't know what he plans to do after that. Probably Justice League Unlimited. On Wednesday, Ted has been playing DCAU tie-in games, mainly Game Boy, because his computer is also kind of cruddy and doesn't want to work with anything that's more high-tech than that. And then on Thursdays, I have been reading DCAU tie-in books. We did the Batman Rise of Senzu novelization at one point. I think we did the novelization of Mask of the Phantasm. Even before that, we were doing this over on the YouTube channel, going through some of the Justice League tie-ins. But currently, we're making our way through Harley Quinn Mad Love from 2018 by Paul Dini and Pat Cadigan. It takes the Mad Love comic and episode and really adds in a lot extra to it. We got a lot about like Harley's childhood, her college years, and we've spent like the last, 5-6 chapters wrapped in the Arkham flashback. We're getting to see Harley as we're getting to see Harley as a psychiatrist. It's been a really good book so far. And I'm really enjoying some of the more progressive takes that they've been putting into it, as a result of a woman being the one to write it, as well as society progressing from the 90s to 2018. So it's been nice to see them kind of correct some of the missteps in the original, but there are bits of it that I feel like will ultimately kind of be undercut by the way it's going to end. The way we all know that it ends. She gets with the Joker, and it's but it's been a good read so far. Danny had a lot of thoughts on it. I know that's for sure. Yeah, people think they know that I'm secretly gay, and even my sister, and if people would get to know me, they would understand. I'm not entirely sure what you mean there. I guess you're saying that people assume that you're gay when you're not, because of the way that you act. Which, I dealt with similar in high school and in middle school and in school in general, and it's kind of an annoying thing, but at the same time, the one good thing I think that's come from Big Bang Theory is I don't know who is the other guy, not Sheldon, but the guy that hangs out with him. I saw an interview with his actor once, and this is the one good thing that's come from Big Bang Theory is not nothing from the show itself, just this interview with the actor from the show. But like, he was talking about how people assume he's gay, and the interviewer asked him something along the lines of, well, are you? And he said, I don't see why it matters either way. Like why? I mean, I'm not. The way he put it was like, he doesn't get upset by it because, like, if you're gay, that's not a problem, right? And like, I can understand being younger, when, you know, hormones are a flare, and you're just like, no, I like girls, I want girls to understand I like girls because I would like to smooch a girl, you know. Like, I understand that it could get annoying, but like, at the end of the day, it's not something that matters. And like, had I heard that explained to me when I was younger, rather than growing up in a house where I was told that, you know, being gay was a sin that would lead to eternal damnation, maybe I would have been more kind to myself in my teen years. But, you know, it like I get the annoyance when you're going through puberty and all that stuff, but like, at the end of the day, it's not anything you know, that you should let get to you too much. As with a lot of media, I grew up on Batman the Animated Series. I had characters that were comfort characters, and they helped me identify with myself. It was useful as a child to know that people in DC perhaps support or doesn't shoot down that idea helped people like me. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons that we've made our representation videos, right? Our Black Heroes Matter and our Pride and Prejudice videos, is because, like, I don't think that identity politics is the end all be all, right? Like, I don't think that that, you know, like what John Delaney said on Twitter the other day is that nothing gets done in Washington, but at least if it's, you know, a gay person or a black person doing the nothing, like, it gives kids to look up, it's something to look up to. And it to me, it's just like, well, you're saying the problem is nothing getting done, right? And if we are electing these people who aren't going to do nothing, it doesn't matter what if they're gay, if they're black, if they're Mexican, if you know, or Hispanic, I guess. None of that matters if you're not helping people, right? But when you are creating a piece of media, it's a completely different landscape than being a political actor. Being a politician, I guess, is the correct term for a political actor. But when you're creating a piece of media, you know, putting people in all these different identities in there is helpful to people. It especially if it's a family or kids piece of content, because it makes them, you know, it gives them something to relate to. You know, there's a reason that despite all of the Static Shock episodes that are a miss, there's a reason it stands the test of time. And it's because they were able to address, you know, issues that happen to black children, like being stopped by the police when you've done nothing wrong, or you know, having friends with racist parents and all of that stuff. Like, when you think about Static Shock, you don't think about the episode where they fight a giant amoeba that just grew because of Bang Baby gas. You think about the episodes that were impactful, that were able to do these things that they wouldn't have been able to do had the main character been a white kid. You know, and so that is when representation matters, is when you are doing it in your media and everything. Like, politics is about more than that, but media, it absolutely matters. And that's not to say that like in politics that you can't have good politics and be from a minority class or whatever, right? Like we've got Ilhan Omar, we've got Rashida Tlaib, we've got AOC. Like they're not necessarily flawless politicians, but overall they're pretty good, and they have these identities. But then we got people like Pete Buttigieg who, like, sure man, you're gay, but what else? Like, what are you planning to do for people? I hope that makes sense. I feel really bad for influencers who blow up at like 18 to 21 because there's no way that they're ready for that level of attention and scrutiny. You can't just give someone who's barely an adult influence over millions of people and expect things to end well for them. And all that stress and anxiety could potentially push them into a way more actively malicious and dangerous place. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. 100%. Let's see. I'm typing up my 50-minute long video essay on the subject as we speak. If that's something you're actually doing, I'd love to see it, Danny. Leonard who? Did I say something about a Leonard? I don't remember. Digital Jedi Master says smooch. That's the way my parents told me that gay people go to hell. They don't. They don't. No. It's 100% okay to be gay. Like it just is. Right? And like, I wouldn't say that like I identify necessarily as queer. But like there are I guess parts of me that like are maybe bi-curious, I guess, right? Like I've kissed more guys in my life than I've kissed girls. That's just a thing. And like I also think that like, platonic kisses can be a thing, whatever, so it doesn't necessarily, the fact that I've kissed more guys than girls, like that's not necessarily a thing about my sexuality, though it could be perceived as such. But like it's God, what was I saying? Yeah, I mean like, okay, so when I was in high school was around like 2006-ish, right? Like middle school going into high school was like that 2004 to 2006 where the pop punk and emo thing was becoming a huge craze, right? And so that meant there was the people my friends and I looked up to, guy liner, painted nails, skinny jeans, all that kind of stuff that's normally considered to be feminine or homosexual. And I wasn't really able to experiment with a lot of that, but one day I did get bored and sharpied my nails out to replicate the black nail polish look. And I got in the car after school and my dad saw it and got unbelievably pissed off. I remember to this day his exact words is, "What's next? Are you going to start wearing dresses, shove melons down them, and be kissing dudes?" And like all these years later, I've done all those things. I've worn a dress as performance for my band. I've fucked around with like just putting balloons down my shirt as like a little funny haha, and like I just said, I've kissed more guys and girls, like whatever. And a lot of the gays go to hell thing is, it's not only is it nonsense, but once you get past it, whether you're gay or not, you get to experiment more with the way that you present yourself, because it allows you to see these things that are typically seen as gay, and you're no longer afraid of that, right? You're no longer concerned, will I go to hell if I put makeup on? Will I go to hell if I paint my nails? You're able to just figure out who you are, right? So it's, and I'm not saying that like you need to like tell your parents off, right, and tell them step aside, because I mean I don't know your situation. I don't know how well that would work out for you, but I would say that, you know, just don't be afraid of people assuming you're gay, and don't be afraid of, you know, going to hell if you are, you know, like that's not necessarily just to you, Greg. That's just to anybody listening to me ramble right now, you know, because I'm not trying to assume you're gay either, you know, because it seems that that's a touchy thing for you. So I don't want to assume you're something if you're not something. But, you know, I'm just saying that we all need to be able to be more open and express who we are as people. Let's see. Identity politics only becomes bad if surface level elements of it prioritize over addressing the bigger structural issues with society as a whole. Outside of that, it's a pretty good thing in my book. Yes. Let's see. Biden jokes. Yeah. He's done worse than that. The guy on Big Bang Theory. Leonard. Yes. Got it. Yes. Leonard, the guy on Big Bang Theory. Yes, that's who I was talking about. I was kidding, but now I'm kind of tempted to at least write up a draft. We'll see. Well, you know, stick around for me to finish getting through the book. We're halfway there. I Sharpie my nails sometimes. Hell yeah. You know, if you ever decide that that's a look that you want to continue, to use, I would definitely suggest getting just a bottle of nail polish at some point. I assume you're going with black Sharpie. Nail polish is going to be better for your nails in the long run. It's going to look better. It's going to feel better, etc. The 80s had a lot of guy liner. I never understood the guys who made fun of you for the slightest trait they considered feminine, but they were crazy about their hair bands that wore full-on makeup. Yeah, that's definitely a weird thing. My stepdad is big into like 80s hair metal stuff, right? Like his first record was Quiet Riot. But he was definitely a big force in like toughen up, be a man kind of stuff in my life. Love him, much better guy than my real dad is. But you know, he's still got his problems. So it is a weird cognitive dissonance. I've had to wear a dress because my sister had to sew something on it and shove balloons down my shirt to get a laugh out of my sister. Yeah, I mean, you know. We gotta have fun with it sometimes. Nail polish is good, but just be careful about how you apply it because it's hard to get out of things. Yes. My sister has painted my nails a lot when I was younger. It also helps to preserve your nails too. Yes. But all that being said, it is now 10:10. We have made it 4 hours and 10 minutes into this. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get off for the night. I'm going to get a little high. I'm going to eat a brownie. I might play some Borderlands if Sissy's still down to do that. If not, we might watch an episode of Hilda or something. But it's been a lot of fun getting to hang out with you guys for these 4 hours, right? Like, I don't get a lot of social interaction lately because of the quarantine and everything. And you know, this is... I feel like this was a much better way to get that than the streams where, you know, I spend most of the time reading the book and then we just briefly have a discussion. So this was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to doing it again next week. Hopefully we get out of the realm of you know, just that video, and we start going into other Batman Beyond source material stuff and fleshing things out a little bit better. But I love y'all a bunch. Danny needs to get the fucking bed. So does Andrew. Y'all take care. Have a good night. And I will see you, if I don't see you on Thursday for the next 2 chapters of Mad Love, I'm hoping I'll see you on next Saturday for some more timeline creation and stuff. I'm kind of surprised we drug it out to 4 hours. But, you know, a lot of this content is created by you talking with me. So I'm glad that y'all are here. Take care. Have a wonderful night. And I'll see you next time. Bye.